I thought I was interviewing a semi-famous guy who organizes parties for the rich and famous, but it turned out to be a lot darker.
Bobby Johnson, the man with a plan.
Celebrities, supermodels, politicians, CCTV cameras.
33 Portland Place was operating in exactly the same way as Epstein Island.
Welcome to the Bobby Johnson Show. Scary new revelation. Remember when I said that the children from the Hampstead Heath cult had absolutely nothing to do with 33 Portland Place? Now, this clip isn't anything to do with number 33 Portland Place.
When you killed a baby, first time and
you killed the babies?
Yes.
You yourself?
With Papa. Papa holding my hand, he helped me. But he told me to cut the baby's head off. But he forced me to. He put his big hand on and he pushed my hand and then cut off the head.
It turns out these children had a police officer who was investigating, a DC Steve Martin to be exact. And now we're just finding out that the man investigating my case, which had absolutely nothing to do with trafficking and absolutely nothing to do with 33 Portland Place initially, that man turns out to be DS Steve Martin. What's the chances of that? Things are just getting weirder and weirder.
33 Portland Place was operating in exactly the same way as Epstein Island. I was shown the surveillance footage of one of the adult parties. The people being blackmailed are the same ones who send weapons to Israel to drop bombs on Gaza. After seeing the surveillance footage, I was followed by the British Secret Service and harassed to the point where I had to leave the UK to live in the Dominican Republic. In the UK, Petula Hippolyte represented me in court.
I was representing Bobby in the UK, and I was followed and harassed.
Today, 2 undercover officers came to my home here in the Dominican Republic and threatened us not to make any more videos.
So if anything should happen to us, it's up to you guys to push forward this case and make sure that all the officers involved are being held responsible.
These are the same people that are sending weapons to Israel to drop bombs on Gaza. They're being blackmailed, they're being compromised, so we have to make sure this case goes through, whether it's with us or not. Please download this video.
So here I was working as a citizen journalist. Alex King was the interviewee. And who was Alex King?
Bobby Johnson, the man with a plan.
They say he was the manager of a mansion that held parties for the world's most powerful people. Number 33 Portland Place. Very glamorous position, but after a number of conversations, he finally confessed to being convicted of crimes against multiple children. He confessed to being on the UK register, which was confirmed in the mainstream press. And he also confessed that during his years at number 33 Portland Place, a network of elite individuals were using his laptop to trade said images. This is deeply disturbing. We need to find out who those children were. Was it an online marketplace for the vulnerable? Are the victims still living? And finally, the British Secret Service need to answer the question, are they breaking laws to protect the elite parasites responsible? Now, fast forward to 2016, 2017, London, United Kingdom. I studied law, wrote professionally for 25 years, Batman Begins, James Bond, 007, G-Force, Disney Universe. I worked with Christopher Nolan, amongst other directors, writing games for movies. Flores and Wolf was my novel. I wrote that when I traveled across Mexico, where I stayed for over a year and a half. I spent time in Mexico. I traveled across all the way from the usual places, Cancun, Puerto Morelos, Playa del Carmen, but I also spent time in Veracruz, and I also spent time in briefly going through Sinaloa, and I was in Cabo San Lucas and in some of the towns in the desert. And I wrote a book about the cartel, Mexican cartels. That's why I was traveling around speaking to different ones for a year and a half. I spent time with them. I interviewed Alex King sometime around 2016, 2017. Epstein Island, surveillance houses, and blackmailing politicians wasn't even a mainstream thing, so I didn't even know what I may have been looking at. I thought I was interviewing a quirky rich guy about celebrity parties and famous people having affairs. Now, Fast forward to 2020, and I'm telling the story of number 33 Portland Place to some of my new friends in an apartment. It's the global pandemic, and this turns out to be an undercover surveillance house, a black site. The location, Herbal Hill, Farringdon, London, and the new friends, many suspect, were members of the British Secret Service. They warned me to not keep talking about number 33 Portland Place. I discovered number 33 Portland Place, and then after that, I started getting followed and harassed. I didn't know these guys were undercover police because of the way they were behaving. They were putting their hands in their jackets, acting as if they had weapons. They were waiting around corners for me. When I went to my home, they would wait behind the wall and just look over the fence. They would knock on my door, and then when I try and speak to them, they would just walk away. They were always on every corner. So whenever I walked down the street, you could always expect one of them to be waiting or two of them to be waiting, just staring at me. So that kind of behavior, I had no idea what it was about. And then earlier before that, one of them had actually said to me that I need to stop talking about number 33 Portland Place. So I already had an idea why this was happening, but I had no idea who these people were. This is a situation. If you're going to talk about a spy agency, for example, North Korea, a North Korean spy agency, if you cross the government and they send their people for you, what they will do is just simply tie you to one of those posts, get an aircraft gunner, and then just basically blow you up in front of everybody on television. That's literally the level these guys will operate at. If you're going to talk about Saudi Arabia, if you cross the Saudi government, they will put you on your knees in front of everybody in a town square, get the sword, take your head off. Now, that's a lot of power to have. They've got more power than the Russians. If you cross the Russian government, for example, they will still unalive you, but the way they'll do it is push you out a window. They will push you out a window and say he fell off a balcony. It was an accident. So they will unalive you in private, but everybody will know that they did it. The North Koreans, the Saudis, they'll do it in public. The Russians will do it in private, but everybody in the public will know it. But when it comes to the Americans and the British and the Europeans, they don't have that kind of power. So what they do is they have to be more sneaky. So they'll send a group to follow you and discredit you. And then one of the things they do is give you a substance that will make you hallucinate. So for example, if you're in public, they'll make sure they dose you with something like LSD. And then when you start running around and freaking out, now your testimony will be discredited. So if you start talking about there's a house, it's full of politicians and military people, they're the same people that are sending weapons to Israel to drop bombs on the children of Gaza, everyone's going to think you're crazy because there's a video of you running around. So you're discredited. So the idea is for them to make you look like you're a mentally ill person. So after I discovered number 33 Portland Place, I was dosed with an LSD type substance. And then that was at nighttime when I was in central London, and I didn't know I'd been dosed until I was on the bus and it started to kick in. I was around Aldgate East Station. These people were still following me on the bus. Everywhere I went, they were following me. So after I started getting the effects and the hallucinations, I said, right, I need to get off this bus. It was nighttime. I was around Aldgate East, which for people that don't know, that's East London at nighttime. So I got off the bus and then these people followed me. And then they just kept following me on the main road. So I was worried I was going to get hit by a bus or get hit by a car. And that's the point of why we have got them to, why we've pushed forward with the charge for attempted murder. Because if you give LSD, a massive dose of LSD to a witness of a crime, and you make them run around the streets at nighttime, that is so reckless that it goes to the level of attempted murder. That's why they have the charge of attempted murder coming at them. So they chased me around purposely, knowing that I was on the LSD. So I told myself, I need to get off of this main street. This is too dangerous. That was the first mistake. I went down a side street and then I started running from them around alleyways. They kept chasing me and chasing me and chasing me until eventually, after a while, I got to a housing estate. This housing estate had multiple floors. And while I was running from the police earlier, I'd already dropped my phone. So when I reached this housing estate, I started shouting to the neighbors. This was nighttime. Everyone call the police. I'm being followed by a group of people. Yeah. So then the lights started coming on inside this housing estate and people started watching. People were looking very concerned, but I couldn't see anybody calling the police. So then these people had already been chasing me around and I said to myself, let me get away from them because I don't want to be a sitting duck. I've seen enough times that people have had a group of people around them at night time. They get cornered and then the people just beat them to the floor and start stamping on their head until they're dead. I didn't want that to happen to me. These people were still at the far ends of the alleyway. I knew there was nowhere else for me to go. So I jumped over a wall. On the far left, I could see them in the distance. On the far right, I could see them in the distance. So I jumped over the wall and I waited inside that garden. The owner of that property, this was a ground floor garden, and then there was a window between me and the person. That person turned on a light. It was a lady who, her name turns out to be Harshita Bellini. She was the witness. So I saw her standing there with the light on and holding her phone, staring at me. So I started whispering to her because I didn't want these people coming after me. I started whispering to her, go inside the house and call the police, because I didn't want her to be a witness and they do something to her. And then she was just standing there frozen, because obviously there's some guy at nighttime crouched down behind a wall, whispering to her, go inside, call the police. And she wouldn't call the police. So then eventually I made entry to her property, the window smashed, and then I tried to get the phone from her to call the police because I didn't want to get rushed by this group of people that had already been threatening me. They'd already threatened to throw acid in my face. They'd done so many things that now I was already on LSD, freaking out. So I just tried to grab the phone from the lady. Obviously, I'm inside somebody's house now at nighttime. She's freaking out, trying to hold the phone. I'm trying to grab the phone from her to call the police because I didn't know I was being chased by the police. How are you going to be, no, you're going to be chased by the police the way they were behaving from earlier. So I'm thinking it's some group, something to do with 33 Portland Place, maybe some gangsters or who knows, some cult, who knows. So I'm trying to grab the phone from this woman. She's struggling. And then after that, I eventually get the phone after she's trying to attack me and I'm trying to defend myself. And then she ran into the bathroom. I didn't know it was the bathroom at the time. So I followed her to try and get away from these people. And then I closed the door and I said to her, don't go anywhere. These people are outside. You're a witness. Whatever they're going to do to me, they're going to do to you. Stay where you are. We're going to call the police and we'll wait for them. Just don't go out there no matter what you do. So she agreed with me. She said, okay, fine. So then there I was on the phone. I called the police. They asked for my name. I said my name. They asked for my date of birth. I said my date of birth. And then they asked the location. This was the problem. I had no idea where I was because I'd been running for so long. So then I gave the phone to the witness, Harshita Bellini. I gave the phone to her and, oh no. So I gave the phone to Harshita Bellini. That my phone just ran out of batteries. So we'll do it on this. I gave the phone to Harshita Bellini. She spoke to the officer and or to the reception, whoever was answering the phones. She spoke to the person, whoever was answering the phones. She gave her name, she gave her date of birth, and most importantly, she gave the address. And then after that, I think I remember taking the phone and I held onto the phone and spoke to the officers and I said, how long would it take to get there? And then they sent people. And in the meantime, I told them not to leave, not to go anywhere. And then I held onto the door while I told her to wait in an area where the bathtub is. And then after that, we heard the police arriving. So then when the police arrived, they looked around. I told them, come with me. I showed them the window and I showed the area where the people were, where I'd run from and where I'd been chased from. And then they saw that I was so out of it because of the LSD. They said, right, this guy is the guy who did it. And then they arrested me, which is fair enough. Obviously, you see some guy who's looking completely high, makes sense to arrest him. So I went completely freely, went to the police station. Now, this is where things started to get interesting. So when I reached the police station, they held me for a while in a cell. And then after they let me out of the cell, they took me to the interview room. In the interview room, they tried to say that I was a burglar, literally that I was a burglar. So I explained to them that I'm not a burglar. I'm the person who turned up to the location, shouted out to all the neighbors at nighttime to call the police. I whispered to the lady, call the police. I entered the property. I struggled with the woman to grab the phone from her to call the police. And then I ran into the property, waited with her in a room, called up the police, gave my name, my date of birth, handed her the phone. She gave her details. I asked her to give the postcode and the address because I didn't know where we were. She gave it to the police. And then I took the phone back and stayed on the line with the police, if I remember correctly. And then made sure that she was safe. And then I was safe, that we were inside the room and I was holding the door. And we waited until the police arrived. And then when the police arrived, I hadn't stolen anything. What kind of burglar does all of that, enters the property, shouts to the neighbors, tells him to call the police, enters the property, tells the woman to call the police, struggles to get the phone, calls the police, waits with the lady, asks her for the address. The police get the address and then waits with the lady after giving my name and date of birth and doesn't steal anything. What kind of burglar does that? And to make things even more crazy, the lady Harshita Bellini, the witness, actually defended me and said, no, he came into the house, he was being chased by people and he was trying to defend me and stop me from being attacked by them because I'm a witness to him being chased. And then they didn't want to hear any of it. So they said, no, this guy's a drug addict, probably a burglar. He came into your house to steal. And she said, no, he came into the house because he was being chased and he was trying to stop me being attacked. They said, no. He's a criminal. He's a burglar. So then they charged me with criminal damage because of the window, assault because I was wrestling with Harshita Bellini for the phone to call the police. So they called that an assault. And then false arrest because I told her, don't go anywhere, stay in this room until the police arrived. And that's what we did. So they call that false arrest. So basically they put 3 charges on me. And then Harshita Bellini continued defending me. She's like saying, no, this guy was, this is my house. This guy was trying to defend me. They didn't want to hear any of it. This guy, they're trying to say, no, he's a drug addict. Look at him. He was completely high. He's some kind of burglar. He came in maybe looking for money. So I said, okay, here's my bank card. Look at my bank account. I give you permission to look at my bank account. So they went onto my internet banking and I took them through it. They looked at my bank account, thousands of pounds, dollars upon dollars. I'm not stealing anything. So they just looked at me and they said, okay, fair enough. You're not a burglar. Maybe we don't know what happened. So we're going to let you on bail. So they basically put me on bail. That part's another part of the story. But when I went into, this is the interesting part. When I went into the interview room, they said to me, by the way, Mr. Johnson, there's the tape recording machine's kind of playing up. And I thought, interesting. These guys are going to do something weird. I said, really? They said, yeah, we don't think it's working, but it's fine anyway. We'll do it without the tape recording machine. I said, we're going to do it without the tape recording machine. Don't worry. I'll wait until there's another one available. You can get one from one of the other rooms. It's fine. I'll wait. If I need to go back to the cell, it's absolutely fine. They were like, no, Mr. Johnson, we can do it without a tape recording machine. Nothing else is working. And all of the other rooms, they're not available for us to use their equipment. It has to be here. I said, okay, what's that in the top right-hand corner there? That's a camera, right? They said, yes. I said, that looks like it's got a little microphone on top of it, right? They said, yes. I said, perfect. I'll turn my chair towards it. I will speak directly to the camera because it has a microphone on top of it. And if that microphone happens to stop working, things happen in this police station, don't they? If that microphone happens to stop working, no problem. If we go to court, there's a microphone and a camera. You can read my lips. So we'll have a recording of me with the camera. And if it stops working, the microphone, no problem. We can read my lips. Great. So then I turned my body towards the camera and I started doing the interview, talking directly to the camera with a microphone on top. And guess what? You guys can check everything. It stopped working. When we went to go and check on it, it stopped working. So the tape recording machine, no recording of my interview. The camera, the CCTV camera in the top right-hand corner with the microphone on top of it. Microphone stopped working, the visual stopped working, whole thing stopped working. I said, okay, no problem. There's CCTV on the street. I'm sure there's plenty of shops and I'm sure there's plenty of libraries or hospitals. I was running for a long time. There's buses, there's CCTV cameras everywhere. You've got CCTV cameras on the street. Perfect. And then for some reason, for 2 years, my lawyer was unable to get the CCTV from them until eventually, because of privacy laws, all of the CCTV was wiped. Absolutely insane. All of this is in there. What's the chances of that? All the CCTV was wiped. The street CCTV was wiped. And then my lawyer, my solicitor, Claire Dissington, somehow wasn't able to get that CCTV for 2 years. That doesn't make any sense. For all of these things to go wrong, it's very, very convenient. It doesn't make any sense. And then you guys will see what happened with the judge as well. So this is the short version. My equipment went out. It's very, very strange how it went out. It's never done that before. And it happens to happen right now when I'm trying to do this very, very, very important video. So the next part, I'm gonna put this out now, just so you guys have got something to watch. Then I'm gonna go into detail about Claire Dissington, my solicitor from GT Stewart, and then I'm gonna talk about the judge. And then also from Wood Green Crown Court, you guys will see all the details. And I'm also going to talk about myself here in Dominican Republic, where I'm still being followed and harassed. And it's been 6 years. They haven't been able to give me any details or push the court case forward. This is a court case that would normally take 15 minutes because I said I was there. Everyone said I was there. I confessed to breaking the window, and anything else you've said I did, I confess. The only thing I want is that you guys will admit the photographs of the undercover officers into the evidence. They refuse to do it. I've got photographs of their undercover officers and the locations of their police undercover locations, their buildings that they took me to before. They don't want to admit it to evidence.
They've decided not to try you in your absence and wait for you to be arrested or surrender yourself to the court.
This was at the magistrate's court, and then the issue was I was being followed and harassed by undercover police. I said, let's take it to the Crown Court because now the judge has the power to compel them. So that's the reason they haven't wanted to continue, because now they have to either confirm or deny whether they had officers on site. The fact is, I said that I was at the location. The witness said I was at the location. All of the local neighbors said I was there. As far as I know, the police body cams said I was there. So it's very easy for them to close the case. And what could I do in the meantime if I'm being harassed by the police?
If the police have been harassing you during the time that the warrant's arrested, I don't understand why they haven't arrested you, because they've got a live warrant.
Exactly.
To lawfully arrest you.
Exactly. You would say it's unusual, 5 years.
It does sound rather unusual.
Now, have a look at the following evidence, and you tell me if you can spot anything unusual. Email from me, Bobby Johnson, to Claire Dissington of GT Stewart, Solicitors. Please confirm you will be presenting the photographs I sent you over the last 3 years and all of the information and questions to be asked in court. I've been requesting you present them and make sure that nothing will be left out. Please confirm. Email from Claire Dissington of GT Stewart to Bobby Johnson. The photographs and questions about police surveillance are not relevant to your defense. I have already advised you about this. Your instructions are that you were being chased by unknown men and went to the woman's flat to call the police. We cannot present evidence to the judge. We have not served a defense statement, and you will have been advised about inferences that can be drawn by not serving one. Email from Bobby Johnson to Claire Dissington at GT Stewart. I need to know how your law firm allowed the time to expire, as your firm mentioned, for the last 2 years, to the point where the CCTV footage was deleted from all public buildings. If this is true, then that is a shocking level of negligence on your part. I also have not heard back from you on what the police response to the question I asked. The question is, was Bobby Johnson under surveillance before, during, or after the incident in question, with their options under the direction of the Crown Court judge being yes, no, or can neither confirm nor deny? I need answers to these questions as soon as possible. And it continues. I have been requesting many times that you ask the police about the harassment I suffered. Question 1. Was Bobby Johnson under surveillance on the night in question? 2. I need you to ask them, was Bobby Johnson placed under surveillance before the night in question? Question 3. Was Bobby Johnson placed under surveillance after the night in question? Question 4. Are the provided photos of part of a surveillance team associated with Bobby Johnson? Note, the responses should be either yes, he was under surveillance, no, he was not under surveillance, and finally, we can neither confirm nor deny. Those are the 3 options. It's been 2.5 years since my arrest, and they still refuse to answer such a simple question. My defense rests on this issue, so it is of the utmost importance. Also, please let me know why I have not received any information from your firm until this day on something so important to my defense. Thank you. Let me know immediately. This is so important to my case, and my friends and family members are starting to question why you have not supplied me with this information.
The judge must now give the police and the British Secret Service the choice of 3 answers to the questions of whether I was under surveillance by a team of undercover officers the night I ran into the property. The judge's very easy to answer question is as follows. Was Bobby Johnson under surveillance? And the options are option 1, yes. Option 2, no. Option 3, we can neither confirm nor deny. If the British Secret Service or the police decide to say they can neither confirm nor deny, then the judge takes their evasiveness as a yes. The judge understands the can neither confirm nor deny response as a yes, but without the accountability. So that simple request should have been made by my lawyer to the police and the British Secret Service in June 2020. A simple question that usually takes the police around a few days to answer, but my solicitor, Claire Dissington, and her law firm, G.T. Stewart, made sure that over the 3 years they represented me, the judge never received my repeated instructions. And here we are in 2026, after the case was pushed back a 4th time, an entire 6 years after the event. For 3 years, my solicitor had refused to ask the judge that vitally important question. And the craziest part, for the entire 3 years, she refused to present to the court any evidence. None of the evidence I gave her, she presented. Even somebody representing himself would have been able to quickly place some images in an email, sent it to the judge. Takes like 5 minutes. That's all she needed to do in 3 years. So the question is, who or what was stopping her? The following images were submitted to Wood Green Crown Court under the following case number and URN number, and I can confirm were received by Judge Arenberg KC. The people you're seeing are individuals I'm confident have been surveilling me over a period of time. Based on our 6-year investigation, we believe they're connected to the British government or intelligence activity. So, as you can see, we've already taken this through the proper legal channels. Cover name, Andy. He was in London. They were in Nottingham, England. Those two were in London. The man in the middle is called Matt. That's the cover name he went by. He befriended my brother, William Darty. And just to let you know, my original name before Bobby Johnson, I changed by deed poll. My original name was Kwame Darty. First name, Kwami. Surname, Dartey. From number 27 Forest Drive, Woodford Green, Essex. And this picture is of officers who were suspected of surveilling my brother, William Darty, in Stoke Newington, London, before Matt took the ashes of my father, Fanwell Darty, back to Ghana after my father, who was going to be a witness for me in this case, before his unusual 2023 death. Police say he went missing for 4 days before conveniently being found by them of all people. The police say they found him in his home. Now, this is the part you've got to hear. My family checked multiple times. They've been to his home in St. Martin's Road, Edmonton, London, and they checked multiple times to see if he was there, but he wasn't. But the police somehow managed to find him there after 4 days of being missing. So, where does a man of over 85 years of age go walking to alone for 4 days on his own? Many people say he was taken away by the British Secret Service and interrogated. That's what they're saying. I personally don't know. All I know is that it looks very odd. 85 years old and he went missing for 4 days. And then the police found him dead on his sofa of cancer. Why would you disappear for 4 days if you had terminal cancer and then quickly return to be cremated? Cremated, which is horribly against our traditions. And as coincidence would have it, the cremation stopped us from being able to investigate further. Anyway, that's for you guys to investigate yourselves. Here's a communication between one of my teams of private detectives I hired. Email from the private detective. Afternoon, Bobby. I have received the fee.
Thank you. An operative visited Farringdon train station today and has spoken to the station manager, who has confirmed the person the provided images of is a shift supervisor who still works at the station. He was unable to inform me of when he will next be on duty. However, he isn't in today. My mobile number has been left with the station manager and will be passed on to him when he returns to work, and he will be asked to call me. I'll let you know as soon as we receive a call whether he is willing to provide a statement or recall the incident. Kind regards, Simon, Titan Inquiries. My private detective was investigating one of the witnesses who was seen assisting the suspect undercover agents, and he was seen letting them into his control room at Farringdon Underground Station and use it as their base of operations. The next step is for the judge to request the British Secret Service respond to these photos and answer why I, Bobby Johnson, a civilian, would know the exact locations of 5 of their suspected top secret surveillance houses. This one is a suspected black site, an undercover surveillance house. That's in Herbal Hill in Farringdon. 2020, I was being interrogated by the suspected Secret Service agents when at one point they revealed themselves and said who they were. And during that interrogation, I believe I was drugged with an LSD type substance and also another substance that makes you go completely drowsy and have no control over your body. Normal police do not do that type of thing, but intelligence agencies are known for those tactics. And then I was assaulted before they threatened me to stay silent. This was done by the individual with the cover name Andy. Other officers were present also. They filmed their crime and threatened me that they would release the footage. And I suspect they've been using this strategy for decades against thousands of people, hence the reason why so many people stay silent. That crime was carried out by the suspected police officers and happened in around April 2020 at the suspected undercover police facility in Herbal Hill, Farringdon, London. Just to let you know, they control the entire building, every single room, and it's a massive building. So I reported the crime on number 101, August. I called number 101, spoke to somebody called Daniel, and here is his CAD number and CH number. So back to my story and the court case that in any normal situation would have taken less than 15 minutes in the low-level magistrate's court to close. When the police arrived, I was arrested and charged with false imprisonment because I told the owner of the property not to go outside until the police arrived. That was for her safety. I'd explained to her that whatever the people chasing me were going to do to me, they would most likely do to her because now she would be a witness. She'd agreed, and then we'd waited in a room for the police to arrive. Now, this is the important part. The property owner, Harshita Bellini, actually explained to the police that I was trying to protect her from the people chasing me, and but then the police ignored her. And then, even though she was saying, look, this guy was trying to protect me from the people chasing him, they were still just like, listen, we don't even want to hear it. Why would they even do that? Why would they ignore the person who's actually telling them the truth? I'm sure the attending officers have body cam footage, and the CCTV from the local buildings will show me entering the property. So why on earth don't the police seem to be able to close the easiest case in history? Instead of it taking 15 minutes in the magistrate's court, it's taken 6 years. Why would they ignore the key witness who was agreeing with me and going against their narrative? I suspect the narrative was set by the British Secret Service. At the police station, they tried to say I was a burglar breaking in and that I was a drug addict, but obviously that one didn't work. The owner of the house said I was protecting her and that I didn't steal anything. So they backed down. So then they said, okay, maybe he's completely broke and he was trying to find some money or some valuables, something like that from the owner's house. They checked my bank account. I gave them the access. No financial problems at all. The second strategy they tried was to say that I was a stalker or an angry ex-lover of Harshita Bellini, the owner of the house. Now, this was a stupid strategy, of course, because the owner of the house simply explained that she'd never seen me, never met me a day in her life. Up until that moment, she'd never met me. So that was when the police thought about it for a moment, and then they went away and came back. And then they said, okay, Here's what we think happened. Now, this is the police strategy that's highly illegal, outrageous, and amounts to what I would call bribery, and many of you would agree. A representative from who we suspect was the British Secret Service turned up and announced they wanted to make a deal. They asked me to sign a piece of paper to say I was mentally ill and that I was suffering from psychosis and that I wasn't being followed by anyone or any agents, and just to say that it was all in my imagination. I hallucinated it all. And in return, I was offered a caution, which in England is basically a slap on the wrist. It's like a telling off. And I was told that I'd have to pay for the window, which is basically nothing. The window that I broke when I entered the property to escape being chased by their agents. And also that I was going to be offered incapacity benefits if I said I was mentally ill. They pay me incapacity benefit for the rest of my life. That's what they promised me. The equivalent of $1,000 a month and $1,500 on top of that for accommodation. And that would also be paid for life. And I'd also be able, get this, to travel to any country of my choosing. So I would have chosen Thailand if I chose to take their stupid deal. So they told me I would have been able to go there for up to 13 weeks at a time and still receive my benefits as long as I returned before the 13 weeks maximum. But they told me, listen, if you take the deal, you can walk away with no problems. So I said to the judge, listen, how can I put the pictures forwards so that the British Secret Service can be held accountable? And then the judge said, no, this is a magistrate's court. I don't have the power to compel the police to show them these, I don't have the power to show the police these images. So I said, okay, how can we do this? And he said, okay, you're going to have to go forward to the very powerful Crown Court instead. So I said, perfect, let's do that. And then the magistrate's court judge warned me that instead of looking at a caution, which he had just promised me, which is a slap on the wrist and a small fine, and paying for the window, which is basically very, very small amount of money, he said, and also they're offering me all of that money, $2,500 a month, the equivalent, and never having to work a day in my life, if I decided to go to the Crown Court so that I could put the evidence in, because that judge can do it, that judge can take the evidence, the Crown Court judge, now I'd be looking at between 5 and 15 years. So I said, yeah, that's perfect. Let's do that. I can do that. Let's do it. So I said, okay, I'll be looking at between 5 and 15 years. So I decided to go to the Crown Court where the judge would finally have the power to force the police to answer the question of whether the people in the photos in my possession were the guys, which you guys have already seen, were the undercover officers belonging to the British Secret Service. The most important thing for me is to expose the government corruption and to find out what happened to missing children. So I chose to risk between 5 and 15 years. Big risk, I know that, but I couldn't live with myself. I just thought to myself, if I stayed quiet, every night I wouldn't be able to sleep. So I said, okay, fine. I knew that if the British Secret Service managed to set me up, I'd be convicted, sent to a mental health institution, and then most likely after a couple of years into my sentence, once everybody had forgotten about me, they'd most likely stage an accident of some kind of Epstein style incident. Email from Bobby Johnson to the judge. Dear Judge, I'm writing regarding my case, Bobby Johnson VR, currently listed at Wood Green Crown Court. I left the United Kingdom because of repeated harassment and surveillance by undercover officers who identified themselves as British Secret Service. Their following of me and harassment has continued here in the Dominican Republic. Ground floor, apartment 1, 2C, Cocotau, Punta Cana, which has caused me to fear for my life. My Mackenzie friend has also been subject to harassment and surveillance and was compelled to call 999, the emergency number, due to fear for her safety. I called telephone number 101 about being interrogated by undercover police, drugged and assaulted around April 2020 by an undercover police facility, Herbal Hill, Farringdon. I had been working as a citizen journalist, researching a story about a suspected trafficking ring involving politicians, CCTV, blackmail, government and police corruption happening at number 33 Portland Place, London, which I suspect was being used as a surveillance house by the UK intelligence services. When, at around April 2020, I was followed, threatened, and interrogated and told to stop my investigation. I have attached images and the headlines I was investigating and the people I spoke with and interviewed. The owner of number 33 Portland Place, convicted criminal Edward Davenport, and the convicted registered offender who worked as the house manager of number 33 Portland Place, Alex King. I can provide more evidence upon your request. For these reasons, I am unable to step foot in the United Kingdom at this time. However, I remain fully committed to attending hearings and progressing this case. I respectfully request that all hearings be arranged by video link, video phone, or any other secure remote technology which will allow me to participate from the Dominican Republic. I am also in possession of critical photographic evidence which must be immediately preserved and disclosed as part of the case. These include images of 3 separate locations identified as surveillance houses used by undercover police officers involved in my case, photographs of multiple undercover police officers who were actually involved in following me and harassing me, and a witness who assisted them, and correspondence with my private detective, the one I hired to investigate. These images contain material evidence which is not reflected in the current court papers or reports. Given the serious and ongoing nature of the harassment experienced by both myself and my Mackenzie friend, I ask that the court take these matters into account when setting up future hearings and ensure that we are afforded the necessary safety and fairness in these proceedings. Thank you for your immediate attention to this matter. Yours faithfully, Bobby Johnson. Email from the court to Bobby Johnson. Dear Mr. Johnson, I have forwarded your email to His Honor Judge Arenberg, KC, and will await his response. Kind regards, Marie Oliver. Email from the judge to Bobby Johnson. Thank you for your email of the 6th of October. The court will not be sending any correspondence to you other than by email for as long as you are outside the jurisdiction. This case remains live and due for trial at some point in the future. A warrant has been issued for your arrest since you have failed to appear when required to do so. And should you return to the UK, you should expect to be arrested on that warrant. And if this happens, you'll be brought before the court. If for any reason you are not arrested on your return, you should surrender yourself to Wood Green Crown Court at the earliest opportunity. When you appear before the court, further directions will be given by a judge to progress your case. Yours sincerely, thanks, Judge David Arenberg, KC, Wood Green Crown Court. KC, and will await his response. Kind regards, Marie Oliver. Email from the judge to Bobby Johnson. Thank you for your email of the 6th of October. The court will not be sending any correspondence to you other than by email for as long as you are outside the jurisdiction. This case remains live and due for trial at some point in the future. A warrant has been issued for your arrest since you have failed to appear when required to do so. And should you return to the UK, you should expect to be arrested on that warrant. And if this happens, you'll be brought before the court. If for any reason you are not arrested on your return, you should surrender yourself to Wood Green Crown Court at the earliest opportunity. When you appear before the court, further directions will be given by a judge to progress your case. Yours sincerely, thanks, Judge David Arenberg, KC, Wood Green Crown Court. So basically, what the judge has said is that instead of allowing me to use a video call to speak directly to the court and also give my images of the suspected undercover police officers, the judge has decided that he doesn't want me to give the images. He doesn't want the court to see the surveillance houses, and he wants me to just go back to the United Kingdom where I'm in danger so that the people I suspect have been threatening my life can arrest me and put me in a cell. Why would he do that? Okay, so just to summarize everything, this is how a surveillance house works. Imagine you're a senior politician and you see a new politician turn up on the scene. You take them under your wing and then you bring them to a surveillance house. Now, at this party, which happens to be at a mansion, in this case, what you do is let them partake in enjoying themselves with ladies of the night, with illegal substances, and in this case, children, and sharing the images with other people and partaking in whatever it is they want to do. Now, the images from those interactions or the video of those interactions will be held onto. So the person who actually is out there having the fun at those parties and doing the illegal things will never know that the blackmail material exists until, for example, 10 years later, when the politician has risen up the ranks and is in charge of, for example, sending weapons to the country who is not a fan of Gaza. And then in that hypothetical situation, that's the moment when that politician decides they don't want to send weapons to the country that isn't a friend of Gaza, to be dropped on the bombs to be dropped on the heads of children. And that's when, hypothetically, the footage emerges. And then that politician sees that footage, and then the politician has to decide whether they want to listen to the angry people like me and you in the comment section, or whether they want to listen to the blackmailers. So what's the difference in outcome, you ask? Well, they can either listen to the voters and lose everything, or they can listen to the owners of the footage of them doing naughty and illegal things. And also they'll get paid thousands if they listen to the blackmailers, because it's not just blackmail, they also get paid. So we're talking about military personnel, we're talking about politicians. They're going to lose their job. They're going to get arrested. They're going to end up getting divorced. If they get divorced, they're going to lose access to the children because their wife's going to throw them out. And also they've been doing illegal things. So very, very easy for the courts to say no more children for you. And because they've been dealing with ladies of the night and all kind of illicit substances, that's going to go onto their record and they're going to be unemployable. Looking at jail, definitely looking at prison, of course, after that. So either they can lose their entire life and their wife is going to take half of their stuff. Or if they're the breadwinner, the woman, then they're going to lose half their stuff from the husband. This is a very, very dangerous situation for them. So are they going to listen to us, the angry people in the comment section online complaining and marching and protesting? Or are they going to listen to the protests? Are they going to listen to the blackmailers who have footage of them doing terrible things? That's why you need to support the cause, get on board, look and see what we're doing and work with us to build up a case against these surveillance houses, because that's the root of all of the causes and all of the problems in the world. Now, let me summarize the case. We've managed to get the information, we've managed to get the images of the undercover officers, and we've managed to get the locations of the surveillance houses. What that means is that it needs to go to the Crown Court as evidence, which you've seen. But what you've also seen is that the judge received the evidence but refuses to let me have a video call, because once I have a video call, I get access to all of the information that the police and the government and the British Secret Service have been holding on to for all of these years. And that also forces them to look at my images and say whether those images were of police or were not of police, and whether those images were of surveillance houses or are not surveillance houses. And the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, obviously, we can win the court case, because if we enter that evidence in, then they have to explain to everybody about what those images are. We enter it into discovery, this is basically game over for them. So that's where you guys come in. We need to let the world know that they're not allowing me to have a video call, and also not allowing me to enter images into the court as discovery, because we all know those images will allow us to win automatically. In addition, we're taking them to civil courts. The civil court is the court that allows and awards compensation when you win. Now, criminal court means the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. This is incredibly hard to prove, but guess what? We actually have it, because they've taken over 6 years trying to withhold and trying to stop us from getting the information and trying to stop us from putting our images in. So with the burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt, you know, and I know we can already win this. That's pretty straightforward. And also, I know for sure we've got some people here who are watching this episode right now who study criminal law. So you clever individuals, I know for a fact from what you've just seen, know that we can easily win the criminal court case. And with the burden of proof in civil court being only more likely than not, which is equivalent to, would a normal person look at the evidence and say, yes, it's more likely than not that the British Secret Service or the government or the police have been covering things up, and that Bobby Johnson was under surveillance and being followed and harassed. With the burden of proof being so low in civil courts, you know that we're easily going to win. Anybody studying law or with a legal background knows this. So we have to prove an ordinary person would say it's more than 50% likely. That's it, more than 50% likely, and we would win automatically. And I'll tell you this, more than 99% of people, if not 100% of people, would absolutely say a conspiracy is going on, and that I'm absolutely being followed and harassed, and that they were absolutely trying to withhold evidence and not let me present evidence. So if that's the case, which I think you're going to agree with me it is, then we have a 99% chance of winning. And seeing the British Secret Service being publicly humiliated in front of so many people, I suspect that they are slowly torturing me with gas to get me to stop trying to publicly humiliate them. They're trying to discredit me publicly and covertly attempting to unalive me. A United Kingdom or United States spy agency, unlike in North Korea, can't just go around unaliving people in public. So they have to be more sophisticated, more sneaky. They've got to send in their best professional surveillance team, discredit the journalist or the whistleblower to make them look mentally ill, because they can't just unalive them on the street. The 3 symptoms of psychosis, if you want to discredit somebody and make them look mentally ill, psychosis would be to make them look like they've got schizophrenia. Right. The 3 symptoms are hallucinations, delusions, and confusions. Send in your undercover team to covertly follow and provoke the whistleblower. You'd want to do this in a public place. Use an LSD type substance that will make the whistleblower hallucinate, panic, and appear mentally ill. Plenty of witnesses. That's perfect for what you're trying to achieve. Step 4, film the whistleblower freaking out. Step 5, keep the whistleblower running around the evidence as footage. Most honest doctors will unintentionally do your dirty work for you. They'll lock up the whistleblower, label them as schizophrenic with psychosis. Now the whistleblower's evidence of the case of children being moved around the world will be ignored. In the following documents, there's evidence the British Secret Service used their connections in the medical field to discredit me. They used the age-old tactic of claiming their target was mentally ill and imagining everything, but because I had so much evidence against them, they failed. So they were forced to award me with a 100% clean bill of health, 0 mental health problems. And I was released on bail to another one of their undercover surveillance houses. This one was in Hackney, London, and was called the Shuttleworth Hotel. So I investigated Homerton Hospital after they sent me there. And guess what I discovered? During the time they held me there at that ward for observation, which was during the pandemic lockdown, the hospital wing was actually closed. It was officially closed. Can you imagine that? If you were in my position, what would you do next? Well, the only logical thing was for me to contact multiple members of staff who were working there at that time. So I called up and spoke to the people in charge of that wing. I even went there in person, and what do you think they told me? Everyone in charge during that time told me that the wing I was in was confirmed, that exact wing at Homerton Hospital was confirmed to be closed during that time. So, why would the British Secret Service take over a recently emptied hospital wing which was closed at that time during the pandemic? This, I believe, and we can very easily prove this in court, because the genuine staff cannot lie about closing that ward. If not, they'll be facing prison themselves. Listen, when a spy agency does something of what I'm accusing them of doing, we call it location staging. I actually coined that term in 2020. So if you hear other people throwing that term around, just know that I'm the one who invented it. So location staging is when you dress up a location to make it look like something that's operating normally. In this case, they put me in an empty ward and dropped in their undercover team disguised as doctors and patients because they were British Secret Service officers, we can easily prove this in court. And during my time there, the suspected undercover agents did everything they could to stop me continuing the case against them. They used threats, mock execution, torture. They even locked me up in a special room upstairs with plexiglass, as if I was Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs. But I have too much evidence and too much faith to allow them to beat me. So what you need to do is imagine how many normal people were locked up in mental health institutions but didn't have the money or the legal know-how to fight back like I was able to do. I studied law, so I'm able to maneuver around their traps. They set many traps, but I was able to maneuver around them. But there are so many people that must have stood up to the British Secret Service, so many whistleblowers who weren't able to do what I did, so many that over the years were locked up. And these are the people that I want to rescue. There's definitely hundreds, but maybe over the decades, thousands of people who stood up to the British Secret Service. Now they've been discredited, and just because they dared to challenge the government, now they're locked up in psych wards. So this is what I'm saying. Yes, this video is about stopping the child traffickers and the agencies protecting them, but we also need to know about the whistleblowers who have been locked up. Hence the reason why I have an organization called Protect the Whistleblowers. You can find it on all platforms, on social media. It's called @Protect the Whistleblowers. I've got pictures of their undercover officers. I've got their locations. So they were trying everything they could to stop me investigating the conviction of Alex King at number 33 Portland Place. He's the house manager, if you remember, the one who was convicted of distributing images of what I suspect was a child marketplace. Because if you got pictures, you'd want to keep those pictures to yourself. Trading those pictures, first of all, why would you take the risk of trading images when there's already a big risk of downloading them from the internet? What's so special about those pictures that you find it so important that you take those illegal pictures and risk sharing it with other strangers? What's in those pictures? Who's in those pictures? Do they know the adults in those pictures? And when and why and how were they being traded? I believe if you had a network, you'd be trading those pictures. You wouldn't just download them just for fun and share them with strangers. It's a big risk. Okay, so my route to get to this position in the Dominican Republic, I started off in London, United Kingdom, and then after that, I went to 3 different properties. But because of the harassment and gang stalking, I then moved to Derby, which is in the East Midlands. This is the Midlands, the middle of England, for my non-British viewers. Right. So they continued to follow me and harass me. So I went to Spain briefly for work and to see what would happen. They continued to follow me all the way to Spain. So I jumped on another plane and I said, okay, where can I go? I know, I have a place in Venice. So I flew to Italy. They followed me there. So I said, okay, this is unbelievable. So as a test, I jumped on a plane and went to Maspalomas, which is in Gran Canaria, a small Spanish island just off the coast of Morocco. In Gran Canaria, I soon realized they wouldn't stop following me. So I made a secret plan to escape to the non-extradition country of the Dominican Republic. I flew back to Alicante, Spain, grabbed my stuff from my apartment, a decent quantity of cash from one of my connections, a flight booked on the spot by an individual who wasn't me, on a flight which was leaving immediately, switched my devices, and then took the rear exit to lose anyone who was following me. My plan worked, and I arrived in the beautiful Dominican Republic to a view of beautiful blue skies and palm trees. But in the back of my mind, I had a sneaky suspicion the British Secret Service allowed me to leave because their allies could have stopped me at any point during my connection or anywhere as soon as I landed. But I assume they wanted me as far away from the UK court case as possible. But here in the Dominican Republic, things weren't plain sailing. I've been forced to move 11 times to 11 different properties in 3 years because they've harassed me at every single one. And this is the sick part. They even leave dead animals at my front door when I arrive for the first time at a property. And they even leave dead animals in my parking space. So when you move to a new gated community, you have a parking space which has a number on it. And in those 11 times, I've often seen dead animals either at the front door or the back door or the surrounding area of my property. Sometimes a lizard, sometimes a cat, even a dog one time. And I suspect they even left a tarantula in my parking space the day I moved to one of my new properties, a tarantula. And my neighbor was absolutely freaking out.
Like this?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Just in case.
I arrived for the first time to my property and I saw that there was a tarantula, a dead one, waiting for me. Even the owner of the property, who's lived there for many years, said it was very, very unusual. Now, the people of the Dominican Republic have the right to be proud of their country. They've achieved a lot, and you can see the difference between Dominican Republic and Haiti. Same island, completely different experience. So maybe one day the fiercely independent Dominicans will find out what's going on here and act on that information. And I'd love their support. So if you're a Dominican or you have family in the Dominican Republic, especially in Punta Cana, contact them and let them know what's going on. Show them my channel, share the videos, and maybe we can do something about it. Because I know for a fact the Dominican people hate child abusers and hate the protectors of child abusers. So protect the whistleblowers. So now, back to 2023, and I was covertly poisoned by MI6, that's the British Secret Service, here in the Dominican Republic, the sovereign territory of the Dominican people, days before I was supposed to give evidence via video link to the Crown Court in London. So, they unlisted the court case at Wood Green Crown Court. Remember the name, Wood Green Crown Court. They unlisted it, so I missed a chance at going to trial while recovering at IMG Hospital. That's the hospital just outside the gated community here near my home in Cocatao Resort, Punta Cana. So yeah, they may have succeeded in poisoning me, but that's only slowed things down because, as you've probably already guessed, I'm not going to be silenced. So they tried to murder me. When you give someone a dose of LSD to somebody, such a high dose, that level of recklessness is what put them in the situation that they're in. They put me on the street to run around where I could get hit by a bus. That's why the British Secret Service are in trouble, and that's why the charge against them is attempted murder.
Louise, what's the reason for your call?
Hello there. Hi. Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Petula Hippolyte, and I would like to make a report of an attempted murder of a citizen journalist named Bobby Johnson, who was investigating corruption within the British Secret Service. And I am representing him as a Mackenzie friend in the Crown Court. And I do have like a case number and a URN number, if you'd like that.
Yeah, sure. Thank
Yep. Okay. So the URN number is 01 EK 0191620. Can you? Yep. And the case number is T2022.
Okay.
7162. Can you just repeat that for me so that I know that you've got it accurately?
Yeah, sure. So the first one is the URN that you gave me.
Yeah.
01 Echo Kilo 0191620.
Yeah.
And the case number is Tango 20227-162.
Brilliant. That's great. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Okay, so basically, in terms of getting this information down, I want to make sure that you actually take it down very carefully, so that I can basically just tell you what's happened. So on the 11th of May, 2020, the British Secret Service covertly administered a drug to Mr. Johnson that made him hallucinate, almost similar to LSD. And the effects of that was that when it kicked in, he was actually near Aldgate East Station during a bus ride home. So as far as we know, he left the bus and was subsequently chased by police who we now know were the British Secret Service agents. And to add to that, the photographs of members of the undercover team have been seen, are in the possession of, and have been discussed with the Crown Court Judge Arenberg KC by Bobby Johnson himself. And this communication occurred on the 10th of October, 2025. So I can only give you that information currently now, for the moment. And I'm just hoping that you can actually, in fact, what I would like to do is just check with you again to make sure you've got the information correctly written down. If you can do that for me, please. We need to make sure everything's above board and everything's recorded. Yep.
No worries at all. Okay, because you were giving me a lot of information,
yes.
I didn't catch a little bit of the things you were telling me, but this is what I got so far.
Right.
So you mentioned that on the 11th of May, 2020, the British Secret Services administered a drug to Mr. Johnson, and you mentioned it's similar to LSD.
Yes.
And then he hallucinated because of that. And then you mentioned that, as far as you know, he was chased by police. Who you know that there was the British Secret Service.
Yes.
While he was on his way home, while he was on the bus.
He left the bus. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I didn't catch it. Well, you said something about the Crown Court. I didn't get that bit. Sorry.
Okay. So basically, the photographs of the Secret Service officers, we actually had those, and they were sent to the Judge Arenberg KC, and Mr. Bobby Johnson actually communicated with him via email, so he's got all that information.
Okay.
Yes, and that occurred on the 10th of October 2025.
Okay, all right. And can I just confirm, how do you know about this information?
Well, basically, I'm the Mackenzie friend for Bobby Johnson. I think I might have stated that earlier. I'm the Mackenzie friend, so I'm representing him.
Okay.
Yeah. So, is it possible to get a reference number for this call, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Just bear with me for a moment. Yeah, that'll be. I'll give you a CHS number for now.
A CHS number. Okay, great.
Yeah.
31
268.
Yep.
And then there'll be today's date, the 9th of March. Okay.
Right. So you did mention to give me that for now. So is there another reference number that I should be having?
So for the time being, I just need to ask a couple more questions because I don't know where these reference numbers come from. They're not CAD or CHS numbers, so there's nothing I can really look up on my system. So I don't know who to send this information to or how to link it. But here's what I'll do. I'll need to confirm with yourself that the URN number that you have,
yes,
is it from the Metropolitan Police or is it from a different police force?
It's from the police force.
Yeah, but is that from the Metropolitan Police or is that a different police force within the UK?
Yes, yes.
So is it from the Met Police?
The Met Police. Yes,
London?
it
Okay.
is. Yes, in
Because
London. Yes.
I I do not recognize this at all. And then the case number, I don't recognize it either at all, because normally our reference number starts with 01// something. Do you know who the officer in charge was maybe in the case? I can maybe send all this information through to them.
Okay, that's something I have to get back to you on. With that, check with you.
Martin.
Oh, his name is Martin.
Martin. Okay. Do you have a last name or maybe a shoulder number?
That's the surname.
Okay, that's his surname. We don't have his first name. Yeah, we don't have his first name. We have his surname, Martin.
There's going to be a lot of Martins in the police force.
The URN is from Wood Green Crown Court, maybe, or the Crown Prosecution Service.
Oh, right. Okay. So basically, yes, because I'm working with my team. So basically, we're just trying to work out whether the URN number is part of that, linked with him in the Wood Green Crown Court.
Okay. I mean, if it's from the Crown Court, that I won't really be able to do anything with it because it's not really part of the Metropolitan Police. So as I mentioned, we only have either CAD numbers, CHS numbers. So if any calls are made
Wait a minute.
then we would have
Wait 1 minute.
I'll be able to search it up on my system. Otherwise,
I can give it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So if you can bear with me a moment, I'll be able to get that for you. 1 second, please. 1 second. Thank you.
So much.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me a second. Oh God.
Okay.
That's wild.
Just bear with me 1 moment, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the officer rank, the name.
So the officer rank name is
DS.
DS.
That's the officer rank.
That's the officer rank. Yeah.
Yeah. Collar number is P for Percy. 21 94 14.
The custody reference number is
custody record number.
Oh, sorry. Custody record number is 101.
Yeah.
EO.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
99 20.
Thank you. Can I just confirm with yourself?
And
you said 01 EO. Is that O for Oscar or is it 0 for the number 0?
O for Oscar.
O for Oscar. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then the last O, that's also O for Oscar. Yeah.
Correct.
No. That's 0. The last is 0.
Oh, the last one is a 0. Sorry.
This is 0. Yeah. Okay. Whose custody record number is this?
And it's Bobby Johnson, but the arrest summons number, you need to give that. You need to say that.
Mr. Bobby Johnson is in relation to, and also the next thing is
the arrest summons number.
Right, the arrest summons number I'm going to give you. Okay, can you?
Okay.
200
1
Echo Oscar
01
01 7 zeros
7 zeros
17
17
99
99
Echo.
Okay. All right then. Can I just confirm something with yourself? So you mentioned that Bobby Johnson, he is a victim. So can I just confirm why is there an arrest summons number and a custody record number?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So you mentioned that Bobby Johnson, he's your client and he's the victim in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes. So can I just confirm why is there a custody record number for him and an arrest summons number as well?
Why is there a custody reference number for him and not a? I can't quite hear what you're saying there.
No. So I'm just asking. So if he's the victim, was he arrested then for any reason? Why is there a custody record number for him?
Was he arrested?
Yeah, because he was chased into someone's
Yes,
home.
he was arrested. Yes, because he was chased by British Secret Police undercovers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right then. All right. No worries. Thank you so much. So I have found DS Martin. I will email him right now. Okay?
Right.
I will pass all this information.
But you need numbers. You need reference things.
Okay, but okay. So is it possible for me to? I actually need a reference number if you can today. You give me a CHS number. Yeah.
That is the reference number.
That is the reference number.
Yes, I'm not going to pass it through to dispatch because they won't know what to do with this information. I'm going to email.
You need more.
Yes, Martin myself. Okay, so he's going to know what this is about. I will give him all the reference numbers you gave me, and then he'll be in contact with yourself.
That's very unusual. You need more.
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, I find that quite unusual that will be the case. Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's something that you would normally usually do in terms of passing on information. I mean, we've got URN numbers, we've given you all the reference numbers that you needed, but you're saying that you can't give me anything, and that you're going to pass it on to the officer. Yeah, that's a bit unusual. Yeah.
So, as I mentioned, the reference numbers
You were attacked by the British Secret Service.
Because one of them, for instance, the URN number and the case number, you mentioned this is all belonging to the Wood. I think it's
Wood Green Crown Court. Yes.
Crown Court of
Yes.
Prosecution Services. So I'm not able to search them up on my system because I don't know what this is about. So even if I send this down to, for instance, I don't know, Wood Green area, they will know what this is about because they don't have that access on their system either.
But I don't understand that. I've actually made phone calls to Wood Green Crown Court before, so I'm trying to work out why you're saying that they wouldn't know what those reference numbers are, because of course they would, because I've spoken to them. So I don't know what you mean by that. That's that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so you are calling right now the police.
Yes, I understand.
As I mentioned, I'm not able to search that up on my system because we are two different entities.
Okay.
We have two different systems.
Okay.
I'm not able to search it up, and I cannot send it through to somebody within the Metropolitan Police because they will know what this is about. That's why I mentioned.
Okay, so if I
in charge of the case or someone who might know what this is about,
sorry,
so I can pass information on to them.
Can I just interrupt you for a minute, because I've actually been harassed by the police service, undercover British service, and I'm actually working with Bobby. I'm his Mackenzie friend. So in relation to this case, I think that maybe you need to be a bit more transparent and more forthwith about the information that you need to give me, because you're saying that you can only give me the CHS number, and you're telling me again that if you were to forward this information to the Crown Court, they wouldn't recognise it. How will they not recognise it? We've been emailing the Crown Court since last year. Bobby has actually emailed the judge in relation to this case. So I'm trying to work out why you would say they would not recognise the URN number or the case number.
So as I mentioned, I can pass this information through to DS Martin. You gave me his details. I found them on my system. So this is all that I can do. I can pass on this information on to him. I do not know what else do you want me to do. I
think what's happening with this conversation is I think you're kind of taking me down a different path. What I'm saying to you is I'm also related to this case because not only have I been harassed by the police, it's on video.
So next we're going to see a video of Petula Hippolyte, my Mackenzie friend, being harassed by two 6-foot-tall MI5 agents. And you're going to hear their accents. Yes, they don't sound British. And I think we've all got common sense to know that they're not forced to employ people that look like James Bond and speak like James Bond. The whole point of an undercover officer is to be able to go undercover. And for the people who don't know, there are a lot of people in the United Kingdom, especially in London, who do not speak with a traditional British accent. Hence the reason why these guys sound so foreign.
This kind of is in the rubbish, isn't it? Why are you putting this in the rubbish? Why don't fucking care about nothing? Why don't fucking care about nothing?
And it's on social media. So you need to understand we're being serious about this phone call. So if you're going to tell me that you're going to pass on the details to DS Martin, do I have a first name for DS Martin, please?
His name is Steve.
His name is Steve Martin. Right, okay. So what happens when you pass this on to Steve Martin?
So that will be up to him to decide what will happen. I do not know what this case is about. So
it will be up to...
Because you mentioned that he knows what this is about and he's part of this case. So
yes, he would be, yes.
I do not know what will happen next.
Right, okay, well...
What you can do as well, okay, so here's what you can do. Because, as you mentioned, you're also part of this case, you've been harassed by the police, so everything is...
Put it for me to talk. Put it for me to talk.
You can get in contact with our crime management service.
Okay, hold on one second, madam. Sorry, I don't know your name, sorry. Your name is? Victoria. Sorry, Victoria. Okay, I'm just going to allow you to have a conversation. If you bear with me. Yeah, okay.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Hello.
brilliant. Okay. Yeah, I'm just on the other line. What you have to understand is Petula Hippolyte has been working as the Mackenzie friend, but she was also followed and harassed by the British Secret Service to the point where she had to call 999 because she feared for her life. And then about a week ago, or maybe it's around a week and a half ago, they came to her home and harassed her. It's been on social media. There's over 250,000 people who have viewed it. She is in fear for her life. She is in danger. Do you understand? That's why we're calling up and making sure everything is done properly. This is a very serious issue. She fears for her life. She is the Mackenzie friend. This is witness tampering. Do you understand? Thank you. Can I have your first name and your surname, please?
I can give you my pay number.
Perfect.
However, I was just going to explain that because...
Oh, sorry, just for me, just for transparency, this phone call has been recorded from the beginning until the end of the phone call. So let's just make sure everybody does their job properly. Okay, please continue.
Absolutely, yeah. So just to make you aware, I was just going to say that because you mentioned that you called the police as well in regards to this, and now you're reiterating that the police was called. As I don't have anything here on my system, okay, what you can do as well is you can get in contact with our crime management service, okay?
That's
so they're
fine.
going to hold all allegations of crime, and then if you want to add any information or anything of the sort, they'll be able to help, and then they can also get in contact with the officer in charge of the case. Okay?
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Okay, can you give me that number? Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll take the number down.
Absolutely. Yes. I'll give it to you. That'll be 0207
0207
484
484
6700.
6700.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, and is there somebody in particular that I should be asking for?
No, so you can just call the crime management service. As long as you make, I think, if you give your details, they'll be able to find you on their system. Okay.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the URN that you gave me and the case number, it will not work. It will be a number that starts with 01 and then /. Then it has, I think, 7 or 8 numbers in between.
Right. Okay.
As long as you give your details, they'll be able to find you on their system.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So this is the issue. Because I've been listening into the call, I'm just slightly concerned that not everything's been given to Petula Hippolyte. That could be an issue because we've been dealing with this for 6 years, and during the 6 years, she's been run around in circles. For example, she'd be given the case number but not given the URN number, or she'd be given something by the CPS, Crown Prosecution Service, but not the next thing. And then she'd call up, she'd get a CHS number, but then not the case number, or not the correct telephone number that she was looking for, or not the correct department. And what's happened over these 6 years, unfortunately for some people just seem to be losing their jobs. And you seem like a very nice lady, so obviously I'd like you to remain employed. Obviously, you know that this call has been recorded from start to finish. So just rack your mind, just have a little think for a moment. Has Petula been given everything she needs?
So essentially, so let me just recap everything, just so I can make sure that I got everything correct.
Perfect. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Brilliant.
Okay, so she gave me some information about an attempted murder case. Then I was given a couple of reference numbers, and then she mentioned as well a bit of the backstory of what happened, and then also she mentioned that in October of 2025, on the 10th of October, to be more specific, there was communication that occurred where the judge and the prosecution services, they were sent some photographs, right?
Okay. I can stop you. I can stop you. All of that I'm quite clear that you have. I just want to be clear. Did she mention that she was in danger? And did I emphasize and clarify that her life is in danger? Because if anything happens to her, this will be the beginning point. So I just want to make sure, because she's recording this, I'm also recording this. Was it made clear to you by 2 different people that her life is in danger and this is vitally important that this gets dealt with?
And was it made clear that these undercover officers came to her house and harassed her? And was it made clear that over 250,000 people, it's actually now 300,000, I literally just checked, everybody's talking about this, and also this video will go, because this is also on Zoom, this video will go up and everybody will be aware of this. Has this been made clear to you? Just so that in the future, I don't want to hear somebody say, oh, I didn't know this was happening. Is that all clear? Because I'm sure you've taken down the details, because she spoke to you the first moment and you didn't take it down, and then you took down the details. But is it clear the danger that she's in? Yes?
You have mentioned and you have reiterated that, so yes, it is indeed.
Perfect.
And everything has been procured.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Could I just ask a bit more information in regards to that as well? Because there were a lot of things happening at once here, so I didn't have the chance to ask a couple of questions. So can I just confirm, you mentioned these officers came to her house. When did it happen?
How long ago did it happen?
Since I've been working with Bobby, a lot of things have been happening here. So I think that's a safe bet. I think maybe what you need to do is get the information, because everything's in a court case, to be honest. And whoever the DS Martins, you said you're going to forward information to him. He would know about this court case with Bobby, because that's the one Bobby spoke to. So okay. So yeah, for the moment, yeah.
I think I have a better option here. I think it's best if maybe officers speak to you directly. Maybe you can explain to them how you've been harassed, and you can tell them
This has to be recorded.
And why do you believe they are undercover? I think that would be maybe easier. And instead of them, I was going to offer maybe an in-person appointment, but you mentioned these people live in the property. Maybe you can either come to us, to the police station, or we can do a video appointment. Because
video call could work, but just to be clear, this needs to be recorded fully, not on the peripheral. This needs to be recorded fully, as if it's not a cover-up. Let's just be clear. This needs to be recorded in an official manner. Every bit, every detail, every reference number, every computer entry needs to be done properly, because we're recording all of this. So let's just be clear. So please don't take this as an opportunity to give Petula the minimum. What you should be doing is the maximum to keep her safe, because if anything happens to her, this has been recorded and everybody's going to be seeing this already, no matter what. If it ends up nicely, brilliant. That's what we want. If it ends up badly, then everybody will be held accountable. So I always like to make sure everybody knows the position early, so they can't try and turn up to court and fight to say they didn't know. You know, everybody knows. And this has been going on for 6 years.
And hence why I'm offering an appointment, so officers can speak to yourself. So we could record this. I mean, if I record this on the system, I was just thinking I could pass this information on to the DS Martin. But now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's best if maybe officers can speak to you, because I don't really know the scope of the situation, and you're not really giving me a lot of information in regards to what's been happening exactly. So maybe an officer will speak to you, and you can give them more information.
Okay, you're referring to me, aren't you? You're referring to me. Officer speaking to me, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think it's best. In that way. And as I also mentioned, we could do an in-person appointment, but these people are living in the property until now.
Yeah, I'm happy to do an in-person appointment. Yeah, no phone calls, no videos. Yep. Okay,
so should we come to your property? Property as well, or do you want to come to us, maybe to the police station?
You can come to me.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. I will need to grab your details. Would you be able to give me your postcode, please?
Yep, sure.
Thank you. What's your house number?
It's number.
All right. And can I just grab your full name, please?
Yep, my name is Miss Petula Hippolyte. That's Petula, and Hippolyte is spelled HIPPOLYTE. No, not Y, not YC, YT. T for Terry.
Wonderful, thank you. And your date of birth, please. Okay, I will just double check when we have the earliest appointment. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Okay, so the earliest appointment we have is on Thursday, the 12th of March. We have at 8 in the morning. We have at midday. We have at 3 p.m. or 8 p.m.
Okay, I would say 8 in the morning.
8 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll book that in for you, and then officers will come and see you, and then take a full statement from yourself.
Right. Okay. That's great. Thank you very much.
All right. Wonderful. No worries at all. If you could just bear with me for a moment, I will give you a CAD reference number, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Bear with me for a second. All right, so the CAD number, sorry to keep you waiting for so long.
No, it's okay.
5276.
Sorry,
and
can
then
you
today.
can you hold on 1 second? Can you just slow down a bit? So
Of
it's
course.
so it's 5.
2
Yep.
7 6.
7 6. Okay. And that's
Yeah,
and that's
today's date.
right. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, so hopefully
then.
I will see those officers on Thursday, 8 o'clock.
Yes, that's correct. I will send you a confirmation by text message, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see you then, and then we can discuss everything with yourself then.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks very much for your help.
Then.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Take
Bye.
care. Bye.
Yep. Good work. Good work. Good work. She almost won. She almost won because she started going down the procedural, saying, "No, we have to do it this way."
If you weren't there, I would have been like,
that would
I
have
would
been
have
game over.
Bobby, guess what?
Because-
Guess what? And you're like, Tuna, why didn't you say this?
Yeah, because she was going down the path of procedure. That's what I was like.
Right.
You were attacked on camera. There's 250,000 people have seen it. How are you not even mentioning this? that's wild. It's like, who's got that kind of evidence? This woman's going on as if you were just some random person on the street that just called up about some attempted murder. It's like, you've got the court case, you've got the name of the judge, you've got everything. This is wild. You were underplaying your cards. But no, you did good. You did good. But it was just that.
You saved me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's no problem. I just had to just let her know. You know, people have been losing their jobs, and I wouldn't like you to lose your job. Hello, Claire. I told you in September 2023 that I no longer will be needing your services. I'm not sure why in 2025 you're talking about representing me. That was 2 years ago. You have the email. I feel secondhand embarrassment that you overlooked such an important fact, but that has been my experience of seeing you work. Even so, I will attach a screenshot to remind you of the important detail you missed. Petula sent you the details saying that she is the person to communicate with alongside me, so I expect you to respect that. This is a very simple process, so please send me all of the details, and also bear in mind, I will also be suing your law firm for your suspicious handling of the case. The fact you didn't retrieve the CCTV evidence in 2 years, I requested, causing it to be wiped. And now we have found out that the people in the pictures who you did not want to give to the judge are undercover police officers. So many errors you have made that have benefited the police, and many people are asking questions. By the way, I'm documenting everything, and I'm writing a book and having a documentary made about this. So please don't make this difficult or embarrass yourself further or show yourself to be more incompetent or unprofessional than you already have, because everyone is watching. Nice to speak to you again, Claire. I always enjoy our conversations. Yours sincerely, Bobby Johnson.
Well, we're talking about the British Secret Service.
Okay.
That's who we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they have their agents.
Yeah.
And they use their agents to stalk people and harass them, whether it's subtly or indirectly. That's what I'm perceiving. To those who are watching, I'm Bobby's Mackenzie friend. It's somebody that advocates for somebody who's got a court case. They may not be able to operate legally within the in the courts, but they can support with administration, getting records together, that kind of thing, like information that's very important and gathered together for the individual person. And so that's what I do for you.
So with Petula being the Mackenzie friends, that would mean that she's part of the case. So if she feels that she's being followed and harassed, just like I've been followed and harassed, then that would be witness tampering.
I've been harassed. I've been followed. I've been verbally abused, for want of a better word, and it's quite harrowing to experience it.
Have you got recordings or anything?
I managed to get recordings of him, audios. when I've been in my
The
room,
one
and
from today or the one from another day?
I've got loads.
Okay.
Okay, so currently at the moment, and what has been happening for the last, I think, probably 5 weeks, I
Mm.
noticed just a certain smell in my room, which I couldn't locate at the time.
How many weeks? You said 5.
About 5 weeks. About 5 weeks. It
Mhm,
started
okay.
off very subtly,
Mhm,
just above the ceiling near my bed, and I couldn't quite understand what is this smell because
mhm,
it was coming from my room,
mhm.
and it was making me feel dizzy, lethargic. It was horrible. I had headaches, and so I'd complained to my landlord, and
And
she didn't
during,
take it.
and during this time, you were working on the case on behalf of me.
I was, yes, and
Mhm.
I think that may well have been a trigger,
So
but
the
I
problem that
can't be
I've had is
certain.
I've had that gas for about 7 months, and now
Right.
Petula started to work on the case, and now, as coincidence would have it, for 5 weeks she's had gas entering her property, which has been affecting her ability to fight the case. So that just
Yeah, absolutely,
for
absolutely,
people who haven't
absolutely.
seen the other videos, that's just a general headline. And also, this is one of the techniques used by uh, intelligence agencies to disorientate people and to slow them down and to distract them. Basically, it's a form of light torture. It's torture. It's not the worst. It's not hanging somebody from somewhere and doing things and whipping them, but it's a form of torture because if you continuously have gas for 5 weeks while you
Oh
sleep
yeah,
and also throughout the day, that's going to affect you.
oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm having
Mhm.
to I'm having to literally open my windows every night, even when it's cold, because
Mhm.
the smell is so strong. I find it very hard to breathe.
Mhm.
And obviously, living in a house full of men, I can't open my bedroom door because obviously
Yeah.
it's not safe. And it has affected me to the point where I'm a gym person. I like to walk. I like to
Mhm.
get around, and I'm finding my breathing is actually quite labored. So
Mhm.
that I noticed was something that I had to go and get checked out. Actually, this morning in the
Wh-
hospital,
Which hospital?
Northwick Park Hospital, I had to get
Okay.
checked out because I was
Mhm.
so concerned about my health
Yeah.
that I thought I've got to go. I've got to go get sorted out. So
Mhm. Where did
yeah. So
you
it's been
where did you where did you go to? Where did you get checked out in a hospital like that?
Oh, so I literally went straight to accident emergency. I got there at 8:30,
Mhm.
8:45, and I was seen within about 2 hours, and they checked me through, and I went home,
Mhm.
only to be confronted with more verbal abuse by these.
You have evidence of when they were following you before, or you've spoken to the authorities or anything?
Oh yes, they switched to a private number, which was actually quite weird. So one moment I'm on the phone with a police officer, and the next minute I get cut, and then it switches over to private number, and I'm thinking, what's
What do
going
you
on?
mean by cut?
So
Explain.
so basically the phone literally went dead,
Okay.
and then within a minute the phone rang on a private number, but it was the same officer I was speaking to. That was the first time I kind of realized that actually, okay, this is not
Mhm.
quite weird. And so now when I do go out, I'm very much aware of where I go,
Mhm.
what time I go, because you just can't be sure what can happen.
Yeah.
My safety is important. So I make sure that in fact, actually, I thought taking an Uber was one of the safest ways to travel, but unfortunately, they work for Uber.
With Uber, how Uber works is it works with proximity, right? So
Right.
whoever's the closest to you and is on the Uber app as a registered driver will get that fare. So if you wanted to stalk somebody and be in the right place at the right time, all you need to do is be in an apartment nearby or a house nearby, or even sitting in your car nearby, and then you just simply have the Uber app on
Mm,
as a driver. So then as soon as yourself, for example, Pachula, you order an Uber, it's going to choose from the closest one. So then if there's a team of undercover officers, all they need to do is all be on Uber as drivers, and then they guarantee they've got you because it's like a little net around you. Because you have one
yeah.
here, you have one there, have one here, have one there,
Mm,
have one
mm,
there, one there, one whatever. If there's three of them or 4, they all have Uber, but maybe not all of them are drivers. So then, but they
Right.
guarantee that they capture you immediately because the closest proximity. And then if it's one of the ones that isn't a driver, then they just cancel it, and then it moves on to the next closest one, and that will be one of their colleagues. So then
yeah,
they can immediately come and pick you up. That's how the system would work. It's very, very, very easy to join Uber. You can basically sit there with the app on, and as soon as you order an Uber, then the Uber turns up to your house, and it's one of them. Straightforward.
Yeah. So basically, and that's happened quite a few times actually when I've booked an Uber, and then they've cancelled, and then they go, "We've got a new driver for you," and I'm thinking, this is probably the one that's going to take me to wherever I need to go to. Yeah. So basically, my kind of role is to kind of gather as much information that's going to support the court case. So I'm looking at the legal ramifications, what we need to do to plan and prep for the court case. So that's what I'm in the middle of doing at the moment, and gathering important information. So once we go, we can get ahead. We've got it all ready and prepared, and it's all go.
So what I'm saying, that gives you an element of safety. So as you're doing your videos, everyone's aware. And then when the public's looking, it makes it more difficult for intelligence agencies to do things. That's why the way they're harassing you is the most quiet, discreet way. So that's one way. And then being part of the court case means if something happens to you, it's going to be investigated as thoroughly as humanly possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. With the activism, the whole point of that was to kind of connect with like-minded people who we could support ourselves, or we could support that could support us, because we need as many activists as possible to fight the cause that we're kind of like following and fighting for, supporting the court case. We do need a lot more people who are law students, because those are the ones who are not quite corruptible yet. It's not just about supporting just anybody. It's about supporting a really good cause. And I kind of listened and watched a lot of the videos before I made the decision to support you, Bobby. And my foundation is obviously important to me. For those who don't understand what that is, I believe in God, so I have to say that. And one of the things innate in me is that I like community. I love supporting people who need help. That's naturally me. So I saw what you were doing. I liked what you were doing. I was shocked by what you were doing, and I said, "Well, someone's got to support you." So I said,
I appreciate it. Yeah. But a lot of religious people, they hide behind religion. What do you have to say for those people? Because you're actively out here doing it. But you've got people that will say, "Hey, what can we do? This is in God's hands. Let God figure it out." While in the meantime, what's going to happen if they do that?
I've often been disappointed by the response of those who claim to support others and who have a love for human beings. So I've seen a lot of responses that I've been confused by. Like, if you say, and if you've been told to expose things that are not good in this world, why aren't you? And if you can see your brother or your sister or anybody who's struggling or suffering, why aren't you supporting? That is what I couldn't get around in my head. So I don't advocate for, I wouldn't say advocate. I would say that know what your foundation is, and do the right thing. We have the digital ID that's coming, and that's already here, actually, You've got the facial recognition. You've got a situation where our rights have been taken away. So this digital ID will will literally have everything about you on this one card. Okay.
And this is an example of the cyber attacks that I face on a daily basis. They keep messing around with my devices. Take a look. Permanently. Not even a power cut. You see that? Perfect. Thank you, you dumb fucks. You're literally showing us exactly what your strategy is. You see that? I'm making a video. What's the name of the video? The London version of Epstein Island. And they're so upset about it. Permanent. That hurt their feelings. Yeah, you stupid bums. Watch, look at this, look. Look at that flashing. And now this one. You see that? There's the red light. You see this one? Green again. You bums. Hurt your feelings, didn't I? Look, now that screen's on and that screen's there. That was there, that's there. You fucking bums. Look at these dumb, stupid bums. We got you. We got you. Hurt your feelings. Hurt your feelings. We're putting this video out, you dumb fucking bums. Look at that. Look, 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 look. You see that? You see that? And this. Yeah, you stupid bums. We got you. We got you. We got you. We hurt your feelings. Look at this one now. Fucking bums. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. You guys see that? These stupid bums. We're making a video about them. They're getting upset doing a fucking cyber attack on us. Yeah, we're putting the video out, you fucking bums. You're not going to stop us. Everyone can see what you're doing, you fucking bums. Look at you having a tantrum. MI6 having a tantrum.
So basically, when I first rang up 999,
Yeah.
the minute I mentioned journalist, harassment, British Secret Service, they hung up. And I thought, what? And then they rang me on a private number.
Okay. Wow.
And so basically, I explained what the situation. And he said, well, there's nothing we can really do about that.
Her phone's just cut out. Yes, are you there? Hello?
They're playing with my phone. Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, the screen went pink, and it said something like emergency alert or emergency something. It was very quick. It was very quick.
Wow.
And then it came off, and then I got the private number coming up, and I was thinking, private number? What is this? And then the same man that I was speaking to on 999 was speaking to me through private number.
They did a private number because they never wanted the audio of that call to ever come out. Okay, and now we're going to have a look at how the British Secret Service have corrupted the court system so that it works in their favour. You're going to see people pretending not to be who they say they are. You're going to see my solicitor. You've seen already Claire Dissington, what she did, completely corrupt. And then you're also going to see the judge, how the judge has made sure that he's used the law, but not properly, in order to divert and funnel me into a certain direction so that I will end up being captured and murdered by the British Secret Service. You're going to see this all for yourself. Secret recordings ever come out. Hello, hi. Can I speak to Marie Oliver, please? Oh, brilliant. It's Bobby Johnson. I'm calling about my case. I spoke to the CPS using the case reference number you gave me. And they said there needs to be in order for them to answer emails from me, there needs to be a reference number that starts with 0.
Right. That's your URN number.
Okay. Yep. Okay, I'll be needing that. Well, at the moment, I'm in the Dominican Republic because of this court case.
Right.
The situation is this. I've been working as a journalist. I started investigating something. It's to do with corrupt police officers, and then ever since I started investigating it, I got followed and harassed. And then I put Petula Hippolyte as my Mackenzie friend, and now she started to get followed and harassed. So the whole court case is literally about me being followed and harassed, and my solicitor for 3 years, not wanting to put the photographs I have of the undercover officers.
Right.
So that's very, very suspicious. That's why I had to get rid of her. Because if I'm saying I'm being followed and harassed, and I have photographs of the undercover officers, and also have the locations of their undercover surveillance houses, why would you not want to put that in as evidence to give to the police? Then they can confirm, deny, or say we can neither confirm nor deny. It's very, very straightforward. It's very, very easy. But she decided, she was adamant that it's not important for my defense.
Okay. What you discussed between...
So the point is, yesterday my Mackenzie friend had to call 999 because of her being harassed and followed. So the problem is, if they want to push this through the court quickly, then we lose the defense. We lose...
No, we're talking about quickly. What it is to get, because it hasn't had a hearing for such a long time, that we need to get it back into court so that parties can get together and sort out the way forward.
But before anything, I just need the information they have, and then we can definitely have a conversation. I can do by video link, no problem.
No, it needs to come. You need to come to court because there is a warrant out for your arrest. So you need to attend this building.
My life is in danger. That's why I'm in the Dominican Republic. It's
Okay.
very, very clear. So if you can tell me how I can make my life not be in danger, that would be fantastic. Can you give me can you give me advice on what I can do? Because I've spoken to everybody.
I don't know what the specifics of what's actually
Yes.
going on.
And
But
not just that,
I-
we're talking about police. We're not talking about gangsters. We're not talking about some mafia guys, Italian or Russian or some Jamaican. We're talking about police. So when it comes to protecting yourself, you know that if you're talking about corrupt police, it's probably best that I do a video link from the safety of the Dominican Republic, and then we can have a discussion, because the moment I land, have you not seen that this is a case that could have been closed in the magistrate's court, and it would have taken, 15 minutes? It's taken 5 years. Why has it taken 5 years?
But the court directed that it came up, and they had to because of the charge that was originally on there of false imprisonment. They can't deal with that in the magistrate's court. That was the issue.
No, they told me I can do magistrate's court and I'll just get a caution and I'll just have to pay for the window. But I said, no, I want to put these pictures and the locations of their surveillance houses, the pictures of the undercover officers. I want the judge to be able to see that and give it to them and ask if that is their officers. And then they said, no, we can't do that. This is a magistrate's court. So I said, okay, how can we do this? They said the only way you can do that is with the Crown Court, but then you risk 5 years to 15 years for the charges you had. And I said, will I be able to put in the pictures of the officers and their surveillance house locations as evidence? They said, yes. The judge will be able to be able to look at it and ask them whether they can confirm, deny, or neither confirm or deny that's their officers. So I said, I would take the risk and go to the Crown Court.
I don't want to cut you off or anything, but I can't go anywhere with the details of the case. You see, that's not my remit. But all I can say is that because there's a warrant out for us, again, I understand that what you're saying, that your life is maybe in danger, so you can't be here. But again, all I have to say is that there is a warrant out, so my advice would be if you could surrender. But I understand what you're saying. But with regards to a listing, if you want to send your correspondence to the CPS using that URN now for them to answer you, but we do need to sort out a hearing date. And if you want to appear via video link for that hearing, you'll need to send an email in requesting that, and then it will go to a judge and they will either grant it or not.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
the fact of the matter is it possible for them to push this case through without me being able to represent myself? Because that's what they want to do. They want to close the case, because while the case is open, I have protection. Because if I was to die with an open case, guess what happens? Now we're investigating a murder case. And the same as with my Mackenzie friend. But if the case closes, we lose that protection. So it's very important that this case isn't pushed through. Yeah?
That's fine, but it hasn't. I mean, it's a very old case now. But we need to, now that you've made contact again, we need to bring it back in so that everybody can see what the position is. So that's what I'm saying to you. That if we give a hearing date, I could suggest a date for you today, of at the end of October, perhaps. The last week of October.
Is this going to be, because I can do a video link, is this going to be a video link? Because I can do that 100% sure. But if this is going to be a trick to say we set a hearing and you have to attend, if not we will judge the case in your absence,
Listen.
that's the exact opposite that I want.
No, I know what you're saying, and what I said to you was, if we set a hearing date, because there is a warrant out for your arrest, it would be for you to attend. But if you say that you cannot, you would have to send an email to the court to say, outline your circumstances, and that can you appear via video link, and then that will go to a judge, and they will make the decision.
So can we do that before setting a hearing date?
generally that's not how it works.
But that's what I would like to do, because I don't want to set a hearing date, agree to something that I can't do.
That you'd like to do, because we are set by rules here, and that's how it works. So I can agree a date with you today, and you can send that letter in.
But you said generally that's how it happens, or...
Okay, if I'm going by what the rules, how I'm set, no, that's not how it goes.
Okay, but if somebody's life is at risk...
There may be some exceptional circumstances.
Then
yes,
this would be that.
The judge needs some sort of email from you to say what's going on.
So it would make more sense... Yeah, so it would make more sense for me to contact the judge, email the judge, explain that I am available for a hearing whenever they want. I could do it tomorrow. I could do it the day after. I could do it at the end of the month. But what I need is to do it by video link. I don't want to agree to something and then you say you agreed to it and hey, tough luck, you can't do a video link, but you agreed, so we're pushing forward and we're not going to let you represent yourself. No, but that's the way that it can play out, I'm saying. So I want to cut that off before it even happens.
Not here. We do things properly.
Okay.
But it's up to you. If you want to go, if you don't want that hearing date set today, fine. You can send the email in and then I'll put it before a judge and he can or she can make the decision as to when it's listed then.
That would be the best way.
Yeah? Okay.
So who do I contact?
We have to work together, not against each other.
Yeah, no, 100%. But the fact that I have a Mackenzie friend who I had never imagined that she would get followed and harassed. If not, I wouldn't have put her as a Mackenzie friend. Yeah? She's a lovely person, but she's being followed and harassed. So obviously this is something that's going to concern us.
I understand, but I can't get in.
I understand. But just so you know, everything, just so you know, every single time I speak to anybody, I always record it, as you're probably doing as well yourself in the court, just to make sure that every correspondence and every contact I've made with everybody, every email, every single picture, every document, every conversation I record, and then I just put it into a file, and then we can see how everything plays out. Yeah? Yeah, that's fine as well. Yeah, and obviously I've written a book and I'm making a documentary about the whole thing, because this is literally Netflix content. To see crooked cops making a small case last 5 years, already we've got something. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with you. You've been lovely. Yeah?
Okay, thank you very much.
But I don't like to spring something on somebody by surprise and you say, oh, I didn't know this whole time. Obviously you're doing your job, so it's fine.
And when I have spoken to you, I've made a note of it on the file as well, so it's all clear and transparent.
Okay, but we didn't get the URN number. Why didn't you give the URN number?
I don't think you asked for that last time.
I wouldn't know to ask for that. I'm representing myself.
I didn't know what papers you had or you didn't have or whatever. I mean, that was the first number that's really created for the case, so I didn't know if you had any paperwork from back in 22 when you went to the magistrate's court, but I only provided you with what you
I understand. So so not having a UR number, that's not going to affect me badly, because now I have it and I can use it as normal.
No, that's the reference that the CPS generally go by. The court, things have changed, we've had a new system, so the court used to always go by the T number. That's how we identify cases. We didn't identify via URN. CPS do.
Yep, that's fine. I just don't want it to affect my case that Monday all of a sudden they rush it through and it's because they didn't get the URN number.
The case will not be listed on Monday.
Okay, that's brilliant. That will make me sleep a lot easier throughout the weekend. Okay.
Have a good weekend.
Lovely. So who should I email to?
If you just email the Wood Green Crown Court.
Just forward same email chain.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Lovely speaking to you, Marie. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, let's have a quick look at what happened today with Petula and what she has to deal with, and also what I have to deal with when we're speaking with the courts and how they like to lie.
Good afternoon, hi. My name is Petula Hippolyte and I am speaking on behalf of Mr. Bobby Johnson. I am the Mackenzie friend. So basically I'm just getting some confirmation of the judge receiving the email from Mr. Johnson last week. I can give you a URN number and a case reference number as well. so you can locate that. Which one?
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah, sure.
It was sent on. I do know that.
Yeah. We'd just like to get a confirmation of the email being received because we haven't got a confirmation yet.
We've got the email. Mr. Johnson rang through himself. I spoke to him.
When did you speak to him?
This week.
Okay, but did you speak to him today?
No.
Okay, that's why I'm calling.
Did you ring today?
I'm calling on behalf of him. So we basically would like a confirmation of the email being received. If you can send that to.
You told me that at the time.
Sorry?
You didn't advise me of that at the time when you sent it through.
Okay, but he's advising me because I'm his Mackenzie friend. So,
okay, so
yeah.
I'm going to forward the response right now to Mr. Johnson.
Great, that's brilliant. That's fine.
And state that I've received it.
Brilliant.
Okay.
So can you tell me if it's still open and ongoing and?
It's still open and ongoing.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so who am I speaking?
Right.
Who am I speaking to?
It's Ruth.
Ruth. Okay.
You see that? Who am I speaking to? Watch this carefully.
Going and.
It's still open and ongoing.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so who am I speaking?
Right.
Who am I speaking to?
It's Ruth.
You see that? Ruth. Okay? Now watch this, the next call. Watch this insanity, the gaslighting. This is insane. Seriously, I'm so happy that Petula recorded it.
Ruth, okay.
Just in the email.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, this office.
Good morning, hi.
Okay, so this is the very next day, 24 hours later. As you see the title that I put, October the 10th, 2025, Petula Hippolyte, Ruth pretending not to be Ruth.
Hi, is it possible to speak to Ruth?
Speaking.
Hi, Ruth. Good morning. My name is Petula.
So you see, she said speaking, so she's confirmed that her name is Ruth, and it's the same voice. Listen to the voice, same voice as before.
I think I spoke to you yesterday. You were giving me an update on what was happening with the progress of the open case with Mr. Bobby Johnson.
I passed you over to another lady you spoke to, wasn't it?
I don't think you passed me on to anybody. I think what you said to me yesterday was that you were forwarding on the email to the judge.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Sorry?
You hear that? That wasn't me. Yeah, that wasn't me. So you see that? She's already started lying. 2 times she's lied already. And as you guys can hear, it's the same voice. This isn't a different person.
That wasn't me. I sent you on to another lady, and the lady advised you that she hadn't yet done it yet. It hadn't been executed yet. Didn't she say that? I was literally opposite her when she told you that.
Well, if that's the case, that's...
So she said it wasn't her, it was another lady, and she knows it because she was literally standing next to her when the lady dealt with it.
Did she say that? I was literally opposite her when she told you that.
Well, if that's the case, that's okay. Okay, so
that's fine, but she's not here at the moment.
Right.
So I don't know what the update is.
Right. Okay. So
listen to that voice. Right. Let's go back to the other voice. Let's hear if we can hear if it's the same person.
No, that's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah. Sure.
It was sent on. I do know that.
Yeah.
We've got the email. Mr. Johnson ran through himself. That's fine, but she's not here at the moment.
Right.
So I don't know what the update is.
Right. Okay. So we're waiting on confirmation that the judge actually received the email because we haven't received a confirmation yet. And can we also find out what the name of the judge is, if that's possible, please?
That's not possible, is it? We don't know who the judge is going to be on the hearing.
Right. So we're coming up to the 5th day of a response from Wood Green. So yeah. So we're kind of like needing to know what's happening, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll advise the person you're speaking to yesterday that you've wrong. That's all I can do.
Right. Okay. So
she'll have to take it from there.
Right. So when will Ruth be in?
So she's trying to say the person that Petula spoke to yesterday isn't in at the moment. Lying already, completely lying, and she's saying, "Oh, she's just an admin person." That's the excuse that Ruth is trying to say.
I don't know. I'm just the admin officer.
You hear that? I don't know. I'm just the admin officer. So it's like, okay.
Tell her what you said, and she should be getting on with it.
Right. Okay. So does Ruth have a direct number?
No, I'm Ruth.
No, I'm Ruth.
Right. Okay. So you're now making things sound very confusing. I said I was
speaking to Ruth, but you didn't speak to Ruth yesterday.
You're speaking to Ruth, but you didn't speak to Ruth yesterday. These people are such liars. They're so corrupt. They're so corrupt. That's why it comes to us to expose these people.
Right, okay, so I'm speaking to you now then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
You come to the police office, what you're supposed to do, but the person in question, I will tell her what you've said.
But the person in question, I'll tell her what you said. So she's trying to say that that Petula spoke to somebody else yesterday, and that person, she's going to pass on the message to them. Even though we've got the recording, and then you can hear the exact same voice, and it's the same person, and the same name, Ruth.
So can you tell me the name of the person that I spoke to so that I get confirmation and clarity on what's been said today?
I'd rather she advised you of that.
So now Petula's asked for the name of that person, and now Ruth saying, I don't want to tell you.
Right, okay.
I'm not giving any names out.
I'm not giving any names out.
Right,
Like that.
right. So does she have a direct number that I can actually call her?
I'd rather not give you that either.
Right.
You come to the right place, and if she's here, I'll...
And she also won't give any contact details for that person, a number or no way of speaking to that imaginary person that Petula spoke to, who was actually Ruth.
I'll pass you over.
Is
and
it
she can give you any information that she would like you to.
right? So is there a reason why I can't have a direct number for her?
Is there any reason why?
Yeah.
You don't have a direct number for me, but you've come through to me.
Right, okay. I
You
see.
know what I mean? You've come through to the right department. That's the main thing.
Right, okay. So can you tell me when she will be in?
She's in today, but she's just not at her desk.
Right, so
And no idea when she's going to be in. She's not at her desk. She can't tell Petula when she's going to be in.
when's the best time to call back?
I don't know, maybe call back in an hour?
In an hour. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
She's the judge at the moment, so there'll be about an hour.
Right, okay. Great. Thanks very much for your help.
There you have it.
Good afternoon.
There you
Hi.
have it. Corruption. Complete corruption. 100% corruption. Lies. Trying to send people around in circles so that they don't put my evidence of the police into the court case. I've got pictures of undercover police and we've given it to the judge, but they do not want the judge to put that evidence into the court case because they know they will have to speak under oath. And if they speak under oath, they have to tell the truth, whether that's their officers or not. And if that's their officers, then obviously I was being chased and harassed by undercover officers and the whole case falls apart. That's the corruption there for you guys right there. All right.
The British Secret Service are currently placing gas and toxic fumes and using the air conditioning unit and other methods of harassment. On the phone, in the middle of discussing the case with my Mackenzie friend, Petula Hippolyte. Now, a Mackenzie friend, for people who don't know, is basically someone who represents you in court. And because I'm in the Dominican Republic, this is a trusted person who can go to the court cases and make sure everything's above board and that whatever's being written down or what happened in court actually happened, because she can physically be there to bear witness. So, back to the smoke. I was on a call with my Mackenzie friend, Petula Hippolyte, as you guys saw, and we were talking about an absolutely horrendous thing we found out about the case when at that exact moment, a man arrived to spray my home with a massive amount of anti-mosquito smoke until it filled up my apartment with smoke. Then he just got into his van and left without spraying anyone else's house. What you got to understand, normally when these people turn up, they walk the whole neighborhood and spray the outside of one apartment after another apartment. It's anti-mosquito fog. So they spray the plants around, and then when one's done, they walk to another street. And then after that, when they've done the entire neighborhood, they get into the van and drive off, go to another neighborhood. They do it street after street. But this guy decided to turn up to my apartment and spray continuously with the smoke. And he sprayed continuously and sprayed until my entire apartment filled up with smoke, as you can see in the video. And then he just walked off, got into his van, and then drove off. That's the kind of harassment I'm talking about. It's not the fact that somebody was using anti-mosquito spray. That's normal. But purposely filling up someone's apartment with smoke is a crime, and they've been doing this exact same thing every single day and every single night for the last 6 months. Sometimes they even do it 4 times a day. That frequency of spraying is not normal.
There's been a host of methods they use to pump gas into my apartment, including using gas canisters. They pump gas under the door in the evenings while I'm sleeping, and they've even been putting gas through the plug sockets and light sockets. Anyone who's been following me on social media will be well aware of the techniques they've been using. And also, they've been they've been renting properties around me so they can harass me 24 hours a day. They have positions where they can look out so that if regular citizens turn up, then they can't be spotted harassing me. They've recently started pumping smells like weed smoke into my apartment. If I had to guess, I'd say this is a technique to discredit me, because if anybody related or anybody unrelated arrives to my property and hears me speaking about being harassed, the smell of weed smoke will be in the apartment, allowing them to call it paranoia. Also, if it is weed smoke being pumped into my apartment, then by now it would be inside my bloodstream, and a toxicology report would show that for months. And if I was tested, or even if it was an autopsy, if I was found dead, that would be something that you guys have to bear in mind. So take a note of it. Everybody who knows me knows I'm not a weed smoker. I don't consume cannabis of any kind. So keep a lookout for that, because it might be one of the strategies they use. So here I am in Cockatoo Resort. You can Google it, see where I am, keep an eye on me, make sure I don't disappear off the face of the earth. Now, Dominican Republic is a non-extradition country, so it's pretty good. They don't send people back, and I've been living in exile as a political refugee. Very important, the term political refugee. As you can see, all of the evidence, I've been living as a political refugee by conduct. I've been living here for 4 years. I haven't been able to work, so living off of my savings and my connections is very, very difficult. It's going to drain your finances. 4 years living in exile, not an easy thing to do. But I'm not asking you guys for money. All I'm asking you to do is download this video as an MP4. Really, really easy. And that will help me to stay alive, and I can keep fighting and battling against the child traffickers. And if you want to join the fight, you're welcome to join, as long as you hate child traffickers as much as me. Okay, so when it comes to the British Secret Service, they basically are like the FBI, but in the United Kingdom. And MI6 is military intelligence. They're basically the James Bond ones. They work outside of the United Kingdom, similar to the United States with their CIA, but obviously they've got passports and they are no friend of mine. So now I was dealing with MI5 then, now I'm dealing with MI6. Harassment, stalking, groups of them following me, but instead of a single stalker, it would be a group of them. So you're walking down the street, they'll be watching you. They'll be sitting in cars, they'll be staring at you. They'll also get jobs because, for example, undercover officers, that's what they do. They go undercover. So they can go undercover into the security team patrolling the neighborhood. So you've literally got the security and they are the undercover. So they're supposed to be protecting you, but they're really spying on you and harassing you. And they have surveillance teams, as I mentioned before, overlooking the property. So they can look and see every direction, even the back door. So whichever way I go out of the property, there's a team that's waiting and watching me. And also, this is a gated community, so they've got access of the control points. So even if I have allies, if my friends come in, they control that situation as well. And they're watching the roads and they're armed. So it's not the best situation. The people who are supposed to be protecting me, as I said, are now watching my home at all times from different positions. No surprise that I'm being surveilled, but the way they infiltrated my friend group was a bit concerning. Happened on more than 10 occasions. They threatened to blackmail fellow journalists and politicians who I work with, and also people who are close to me. So, for example, if you haven't paid your tax, or if you cheated on your spouse, or you've been drinking and driving, or you've done anything that you don't want other people to find out about, that's what they've been using, because they've got all of the surveillance techniques. So they've got all the surveillance equipment, so they pretty much know everything about everybody. So that's what you have to be concerned with. If you are going to be fighting against these people, what you have to understand is they are going to go after you 100% and go after your friends and family. So you have to be ready to fight against evil. That's the situation. But I do have allies, I do have friends, I do still have journalists that I work with, but my circle has become smaller but tighter, and now you know who the people are. You know who the strong ones are, you know who the weak ones are that got compromised. So it's better to know than not to know. So just to summarize, Alex King showed me the CCTV of the adult parties. The light came on, somebody apologized, everybody became visible, and then the darkness again. But during that time when the lights came on, that's the moment when the military figures and the ambassadors and the politicians and the people in power could easily be screenshotted, because I saw it on a CCTV feed that had been recorded. So basically, you've got all of the most powerful people in one room doing stuff they're not supposed to be doing. And these are the people who will be in charge of digital currency, digital ID, and eventually your digital prison and your family's digital prison, your children's digital prison. The people who you love the most, they're the people that are going to be the ones who suffer the most. So it's not just about the trafficking. It's not just about the people who have been put into the psych wards and locked up. Eventually, the people who are being blackmailed are the ones who will make decisions on digital currency. They're the ones who will make decisions on digital ID. And these are the ones who are being blackmailed into creating a digital prison for you and your family. So, as I was saying, download this video, make sure you're sharing it with people, join the fight. And the people in power think that you're going to be weak. They think you're going to be scared. They think you're going to be complacent. They think you're going to be so complacent that you can't even figure out how to download this as an MP4, or you can't even be bothered to download it as an MP4. And then after watching this, you're just going to go and watch some Kim Kardashian, not keep the MP4 as evidence, not join the fight, and be complacent and be weak. That's what they think of you. But I don't believe that. I just don't believe it. I believe in you. I believe in your strength, and I believe you have what it takes.
Do I live in a surveillance house? After I exposed number 33 Portland Place, I had to escape to the Dominican Republic. During those 3 years, I've moved over 11 times. At some point, my friend came to join me. This is my friend Victor Garrido Montoya. We worked together for around 20 years on Batman Begins, 007, James Bond, worked with Christopher Nolan, and he owed me around $50,000, unpaid money. He recommended a place for me to stay here in the Dominican Republic. I never got to meet the owner of the house, and as time passed, I realized he was keeping that person from me. And then the events started to happen. Gas, flickering lights, cyber attacks, but he seemed to be denying anything was actually happening. And even I found a secret passageway going underneath my property, and when I was doing a video about Prince Andrew, I could hear them running in the basement underneath my floor, and then they used something like a broom handle to knock underneath where my feet were. Typical stuff they like to do, make the lights flash. It's like some kind of house of horrors. They're messing around with the house, messing around with the electricity. Many people say my home is like the Big Brother house, except run by the British Secret Service. I would never go swimming in my swimming pool because I'm a whistleblower. Because if I end up like Barack Obama's chef, you know it was the British Secret Service. But I still want to be able to make videos around this pool because it's lovely for the Bobby Johnson show. So, going to be making videos, not going to be swimming in the swimming pool. I'm going to be here making videos. That's it. Videos here, not swimming there. That's exactly how it's going to go, okay? Also, I've been here for over a year, haven't been in that swimming pool once, purposely, because I'm not going to give any opportunities for anything dumb to happen. Okay, I just received information from an individual directly linked to the royal family, Prince Andrew, and the Epstein list. That information targeted Edward Davenport. We suspect the individual was working, the one who gave the information, was working as an agent on behalf of the British Secret Service with an agenda to directly link Edward Davenport to the suspected child trafficking operation at number 33 Portland Place, therefore drawing all of our attention away from the British Secret Service, their cover-up. That's what the plan looked to be. There was a treasure trove of documents which I had deleted and then blocked that suspected British Secret Service agent.
The agenda seems to have been to corner Edward Davenport in a way that would make the general public believe he was close to being arrested. And then the individual described Edward Davenport as a man with dangerous connections. Hence the reason why everyone was too scared to speak up about him. We suspect this exchange of messages was there that would be evidence after somebody was sent to my home to do me harm. So that evidence would be sitting there on my phone that I received all of those documents about Edward Davenport. And then he would be the one with the motive to have done something, therefore drawing your attention away from the British Secret Service onto him. So please download this video immediately so that the evidence can be preserved. And also it will let everybody know that I have shut down this avenue of attack by the British Secret Service. Just to let you guys know, I have no problem with Edward Davenport. Also, he's just somebody we're investigating alongside everyone else who went to number 33 Portland Place. I've got no personal problems with Edward Davenport. Also, I have no personal problems with Alex King. He's only under investigation, but nothing's been proven in court. So he hasn't done anything wrong until a court of law finds him guilty with regards to the child trafficking ring. Obviously, he's done plenty of other things that were wrong, but not that until he's proven guilty. The only problem I personally have is with the British Secret Service because they have 100% tried to cover up this suspected child trafficking operation. So now we believe that they actually tried today to set up Edward Davenport, or at the very least, try to get him to take the entirety of the blame. So please take the link from this YouTube link. Take the YouTube link from this video and add it to a website that will allow you to download it as an MP4. And thank you for preserving the evidence. Everyone involved in this investigation is innocent until proven guilty. And now the actions of the British Secret Service point more to their guilt than we initially suspected. British Secret Service. And that's where I just looked and I said, oh, let me put this on. Hold on, I'm just doing a YouTube live just as we speak. Just so that it's a record, so that when we're talking, it's a recording, because when we hang up, they might just freak out because we've got this updated information. So at least now I'm doing a recording on OBS and I've got it on YouTube live. And then I can do one other thing, which I won't mention until I do it. So basically it was so much information, so well presented and so well packaged that a greedy man would look and say, oh, perfect. We have the whole everything. We have everything. They basically gave me everything I needed. And I just looked and I said, this does not make sense. They're basically trying. They're basically trying to point the finger at Edward Davenport and say that he's basically responsible for everything. That's what they were trying to say, that he was responsible for everything. Literally the whole thing they tried to point the finger at, and they used somebody who's very close to the royal family to do it. Very close and very, very, very well known. Don't say who it is. Don't say who it is, but that person from the video. That is that is wild. They literally just packaged everything and tried to throw him under the bus, while at the same time saying he did these things in the past as evidence, and then while at the same time saying, yes, he's a very connected man. No, he has very dangerous connections. So then that very dangerous connections part is the part where then if that's all, that would be on my messages. So it would be received. So then they can check through after I've been killed. They can check through and say, oh, he received all of these documents about Edward Davenport and all of this information that basically would put him in prison. Yeah. And then also the person said, Edward Davenport is a very, very dangerous person. They said he's got very dangerous connections. That's why everyone's scared to talk. So then what would happen if I was to be killed? My phone would be found, and on my phone would be all of the documents pointing the finger at Edward Davenport to put him in prison. And then the information saying he's got loads of dangerous connections. That's why everyone's scared to talk. And that would be enough to give motive to say he got scared because Bobby Johnson had found out everything about him. So then he sent people to go and kill Bobby Johnson. And Bobby Johnson, everyone knows, has already given his address. So everyone knows where he is and where to find him and knows the layout of his home. So it must be Edward Davenport that sent people to him. There's your motive.
Oh my.
Hence the reason I deleted all of those messages and blocked that person. So none of that should be found anywhere because it doesn't exist anymore. That person's been blocked. That person who came forward with that information, who is linked directly to the royal family. All of the people, all of the viewers, everybody knows that person. Everybody knows that person. Directly linked to Prince Andrew. Directly linked to Prince Andrew. Everyone knows that person. That's the motive. They literally tried to set up Edward Davenport for the whole thing. And I've said from the very, very beginning, I don't know if Edward Davenport is involved. I just know all of the things happened many of the things happened at 33 Portland Place. Alex King was the house manager at the time of 33 Portland Place, or one of the house managers. And he was arrested for raping a woman there also. That's what I know. When it comes to Edward Davenport, I have no idea at the moment. I can't say how involved he is with anything or how not involved he is, because we're still investigating. We're hearing a lot of things from a lot of people. What I do know is I don't have any personal problem with that guy. Is he a nice guy? His friends don't say so. But do I have a problem with him? No. And the one time that I met him, he was very, very nice to me. He was very nice. It was at Alex King had a party. It was like, I think it was Christmas or New Year or something like that. And then that was when Edward Davenport just came out of prison. And then Edward turned up and he introduced me to Edward. And I spoke to Edward maybe for 1 minute. 1 minute.
Right, okay. Very briefly then.
Very briefly. I exchanged words with him. Maybe I said no more than 10 words. No more than 10 words to the guy.
Okay.
And that was it.
Conversation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So he introduced me. Yeah, no, basically he was smiling so much. And I was like, why is this guy smiling so much? And I go, Edward, why are you smiling so much? And he goes, I go, you just came out of prison, things must be going bad. And then that was when Alex said, oh, no, he had to sell 33 Portland Place. And I go, okay. He had to sell his house. He goes, no, but he bought it for this much. I go, okay. And he goes, and he sold it for that much. And I was like, oh, so basically he came away with millions. So even though he went to prison, he came away with some millions in his pocket, like a substantial amount. That's why he was smiling. So how comes you're smiling? Edward, why are you smiling? Why are you smiling so much? I said, 6 words. I said 6 words to the guy, and then he responded. I said, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." No. Then I said, "No." Then Alex responded that, and I said, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." But I didn't even say, "Oh, okay, that makes sense" to Alex, to Edward. I said that to Alex. So yeah, I said 6 words to the guy. That was basically it. And then he went back off into the party, and this was Alex King's party at Alex King's place, which happened, interestingly enough, he was living in Marylebone police station, which was closed down, and now he was a property guardian. I think it was the company Property Guardians, possibly, or it could have been another company. I don't want to slander those people, but he was a property guardian or something guardian, living in a property that's empty with a bunch of other people to make sure it doesn't get squatted. But because it was next to Marble Arch, that was good for him for him to be central. So that's where I saw what's his name, Edward Davenport, and then there was a model there. She was a very attractive woman. I think some of you, the audience, would know her, possibly. Model and also actress. Very, very, very good looking girl. She was, from what I hear, I can't say for sure, but from what I hear, she was. Do I want to say too much? Yeah, there's a lot of them anyway. She was a Victoria's Secret. She was a Victoria's Secret model, but there's been a lot over the years. This was in 2016, 2017. Maybe I shouldn't have said the date, but I'm not. But basically, so maybe I have to cut that part out. But But that was really dumb. This I have to blame it anyway.
Be careful.
Yeah. So basically, before Edward turned up, he was late to the party. But before he turned up, that model was there. She's a model. She's done some acting, all that stuff. And then I saw her. So obviously I'm going to go over and talk to her. So I, wandered over and started speaking to her, and she was friendly enough. We had some drinks and that, started talking. And then she was really flirting. So I was like, oh wow, okay, I'm winning here. I'm doing well. I don't know her personally. I just remember seeing her at that time. So I still don't know her.
Right, okay.
I didn't do the research or anything. But he was always around. As you've seen the top models. It wasn't Kate Moss. It was because Kate Moss.
Somebody else.
But that's the level of models that were around. Kate Moss used to basically live at 33 Portland Place. That's the level of That's the level of model that was at these kind of parties. And also there were the most famous porn stars from the UK, and some of them from around the world were actually at that party. And interestingly enough, the only two men there were me and Alex, which was very good. Which was very good. Yeah. So I don't know what the hell happened there, but that was very good.
2 men at the party.
Yes. So then what happened was, sorry, this fucking gas is that's on my throat. Fucking this. So fuck it up.
Yeah, you need to go near the window.
No, I've got water. 1 second.
Oh, right, okay. All right.
Right. No, I'm dehydrated. Yeah, so
Oh, right, okay, that's why. Okay.
So so I'm at this party with Alex King, and he just happens to invited porn stars and models, and just forgot to invite the men. That was wild. So yeah, because when I turned up, he was like, I said to him, "Oh, what are you up to?" And he's like, "Oh, I've got a party coming on. You should come along." I said, "Oh, where is it?" He goes, "Oh, it's at my place at Marylebone police station, just next to Marble Arch." I said, "Oh, I'm just in the area." Okay, I'll walk down. Then I walk down. I'm like, "The fuck's going on here? Where are all the guys?" He's like, "Oh no, they haven't turned up yet." Blah blah blah. So I was, okay, fine. So you had a bunch of porn stars and all of that, but then
You believed him.
No, guys did turn up later, because what was it? Wasn't it? What's his name? Davenport turned up, and other guys, didn't they? So then, but what he did was invited the girls early to make sure that he has the most opportunity. So he was being smart.
Right.
What was it? Yeah. So in those times I was writing for, just before that I was writing for Disney and Warner Brothers and MGM, but especially Disney. So for me, I like the porn stars, but I couldn't really enjoy the porn stars publicly. Yeah, of course, I'm a man. Of course, I watch porn, and then now all of a sudden you got the same porn stars. I don't really watch British porn, but you got the same porn stars that I've seen in some of the movies. It's like, no, this is a good thing. But when you're working with Disney, because I worked on G-Force, I wrote the game for the movie, and that was a Disney project. And then after that, straight after, Disney Universe, and that was with Pirates of the Caribbean and all of the IPs. So you can't be connected to porn stars. So that's why I was a little bit kind of like, I can have some fun, but I don't really want to. Not so publicly. Behind closed doors, if I meet one, if I'm traveling and I'm at Cannes Film Festival, for example, and I meet a porn star, and then, yeah, I could go to the hotel and have fun. That's fine. But when it's so public and everybody knows and there's a party, it's like, no, you don't want to be working with Disney, and Disney pays good money and then be connected to that. It's like, it's not even worth it. What are we doing here? So that's why I was a little bit distant from them, just saying hello. But then when the model walked in, she was completely different. Different build, different look, different everything. And then I hear that she's a model and she's done this Victoria's Secret stuff. It's like, oh, that I can be connected to. That's actually good for me. That's not, now you can be connected to porn stars and all of that because everyone does OnlyFans. But in those days, being connected to a porn star would lower lower you. Because I'm working on Batman Begins. I'm working on Batman Begins with Christopher Nolan. I'm working on G-Force, Disney Universe, 007, James Bond, Warner Brothers, Daniel Craig. You could, in 2016, 2017, you couldn't be connected to a porn star. You just couldn't. It really lowers you. But now it's fine. It's not great, but it's not.
Why was it good for you, though? Why was it good for you to be connected to them at that time?
No, not for them. It was to be connected to a model who's Victoria's Secrets and who's doing runway and stuff like that. That's a different level. That's seen as the respectable level. But to be but porn was like everyone's watching porn, but no one's admitting it, and it lowers your value. Because I'm in the industry, I've got a bit of a reputation of doing good work and working on big projects with serious people. So then you're connected to a porn star. It's like, oh, these are like the low class. These are seen as like the trash. So then you're going to be lowered in that way. Okay. But if you're connected to a Victoria's Secret model or anyone doing runway, these women are the pinnacle. These are the ones that the billionaires go after. These are the ones. Yeah. Some like literally that circle of models were connected to Johnny Depp. Were connected to Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay. I mean, Alex King was walking around with Leonardo DiCaprio at the Cannes Film Festival. Yeah. And he even said, Alex King gets the women. As you know, we were talking about Alex King had porn stars and Victoria's Secret models in his party. But when he was in this is his personality. This is what people don't understand. Even though he had these issues, the reason these people managed to get connected to so many people is because they are funny and they are charming. He spent the day walking around with Leonardo DiCaprio at Cannes Film Festival. He reported to me, when I was speaking to him, and he told me that normally he gets attention, which we all know. He's got all the porn stars and all the Victoria's Secret models around him. They will even come to his house and party, Alex King. But when he said it was very different with Leonardo DiCaprio, he said, for him, completely different situation. And he said, when you walk around, he walk into a room, everyone ignores you. And they just look at Leonardo DiCaprio, and that's it. But normally when he walks into the room, he's the house manager of 33 Portland Place. So everyone runs to him, and they want to be part of the party. They want to be invited to red carpet stuff. So he's the guy. But he goes to me, when you walk around with Leonardo DiCaprio, that's when you realize how ugly and stupid you actually are.
Oh dear.
Because it doesn't matter who you are in the real world. You could have your Victoria's Secret models and you can have your porn stars in your party. You can be the house manager of 33 Portland Place and have access to all the white powder and all the stuff that the girls want, the red carpet events, to everything. But when you walk around with Leo, that's when you realize how ugly and stupid you actually are. So at least he had the self-awareness to understand that. Because on a normal day, he's doing very, very well. So that model, I started speaking with her and she was flirting. So I was thinking, okay, this is one of the best days of my life. I was very happy because you don't understand. As a woman, you're just thinking, oh, these are just women. No. For a man, if you can get a woman, even listen. I remember one of the best days when I went to Harrods and everything was working. I was wearing. I'll insert that image of that day. I remember that day clearly. Clearly, I had the outfit was working, the beard was working, the hair was working. I was walking along. People were it was just one of those days, but it was the best day. Everyone was complimenting me on my outfit. Walked into Harrods, even they were saying, "Oh, that's a nice coat. Where'd you get that from?" It was literally Zara. When nobody knew about Zara, I got it from Zara. Everything was working. Everything was working. And then when I walked out, there was this blonde woman. One of the most beautiful women you could see, striking because she was very, very tall, very, very slim. And she turned out to be a Victoria's Secret model. And she eyed me up and down. And I looked at her like that and I smiled and I kept walking. And I thought I should really turn back. But I thought, no, I'm just too short. I'm too short for this one. I'll insert the picture of her as well. She was a famous Victoria's Secret model. I followed her. And I was thinking, right, well, I don't even know what to do with this one. So I just kept walking. But I even remember being eyed up and down by a Victoria's Secret model. As a man, you will even remember if one of them just gives you a look and like an up and down look and looks like.
But don't you kind of feel like you're seen as a fetish? Rather than
that. All right, that's super interesting that you say that. Let me continue the story. Let me continue the story. You gonna let me continue the story. You don't know how right you are. Right. So I'm flirting with this girl, and then she's talking, and she's saying, "Oh, what you do and that?" And I'm talking. I'm saying, "Oh, I work on video games." She's like, "Oh, I model and do this." I said, "Okay, fine." She's saying, "Oh, yeah, you could. My boyfriend would like you." And then I almost just knocked the drink out of her hand. I was thinking, just wasted my time. I'm thinking you just wasted my time. So,
Her boyfriend was like
yeah. So she's like, "Oh,
you mean like sexually?
no, like friendly, like, you know, because I'm talking about movies and sorry, I missed the part. Sorry. Her boyfriend's a film producer, film director,
okay,
and
okay,
producer.
I take that back.
More of a producer. So her boyfriend's a film producer.
Okay.
So she's saying, "Oh, yeah, he would like you," blah blah blah, because we were talking about film and stuff like that, stuff that I worked on.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, she's got a boyfriend." And then so I carry on talking to her. I'm not just going to knock the drink out of her hand and keep walking. So you know what I mean. So I keep talking to her. And then she's like, "Yeah, you know what? You should, when he turns up, you should come back with us." I was like, "For what?" And she's like, "Yeah, you know, we can carry on, have some fun, blah 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 blah." I was like,
Come on.
so I'm like, define fun, because I'm thinking I'm not going to fucking waste my time, go there, and he wants to talk film. I don't want to talk film with this fucking guy. We can have a meeting, yeah, at his office or my office. It's fine. I'm not going to go back and start talking film and have some drinks and the rest of it. I'm not doing that. Yeah. And she's like, "You know, you like to play, you like to have fun and all that." I was like, "Oh, okay. Are you sure he's going to be all right with that?" She's like, yeah. I think he'd be into that. I was like, "Has he ever done that before?"
Oh dear.
Has he ever done that before? She's like, "No, but we've always talked about it, and I think you would be the right guy to do it." And I'm thinking,
Is this going out live?
yeah. We've always, you know me, I'm an open book about these things. So we've always talked about it, but we've never gone through with it. You know, basically they fantasized about it, and you know, when they're having fun in bed, they fantasize, but they've never actually gone through with it. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I said, all right, well, when he turns up, we'll see. So then as soon as he turned up to the party, she goes over, starts talking to him and all of that. And then she comes over, and he starts speaking and all of that. And we just kind of discuss it. And long story short, he was into it. And I thought to myself, you know what?
He was into it.
This could be okay. But it was two things. One, he was into it. So I thought, okay, that's fine. But it's going to be more annoying.
Right.
It's going to be more annoying him being there. But it's fine. I've banged many women in front of their boyfriends, show them how it's done. It's fine. But what it is he's a producer, and he's very, very, very well connected. And he's talking to me saying, "Listen, I want to get you in something. I didn't know that you'd worked on Batman Begins and G-Force." And well, for him, it was the Batman Begins and the James Bond 007 one. So he's like, no, we need to get you onto something. I want to get you onto a project. So we're talking all that stuff. So we're talking. So I thought, okay, this could be good. Give it a try. So then we're talking for a bit, and then Edward Davenport goes, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be leaving. Are you guys coming?" Said to them, and they said, "Yeah, okay." They go, "Bobby, come on, let's go." And I looked at Edward like to say, I don't know. This is going to be weird, obviously. And he's like, "Yeah, come along." So then I look out the window and I see a black Mercedes, like an S-Class, but I think it was a large E-Class, but it was either S-Class or E-Class, with a chauffeur driven, and that turns up. Chauffeur driven car. I think it's his chauffeur. He's got a driver and all of that anyway, from what I saw. So I look out the window. I'm like, fucking hell, this is wild. And then I look at Alex. I go, Alex goes to them, "Oh, you going?" They go, "Yeah." And then he looks at me. I go, "All right, I'll see you later." He goes, "What, you leaving?" He goes, "You going home?" I go, "Oh no, I'm going with them." He goes, "What?" And he's like, "What do you mean? You going back with?" So they'd already kind of walked on a bit. So he goes to me, "What? You going with her?" He's like, "Oh, what's going on? I've been trying to fuck her for so many years. How did you?" So I was like, "Listen, I can't even talk. I've got to go now." So I said, "Fine." So he said, "Okay, cool. Well done." So then off I go to jump in the car with them. And then we're not far from 33. We get to 33 Portland Place, walk in, there's security at the door. We go in, go up, he says hello to me, just gives me a look like to make sure don't fuck around, whoever you are. And then we walk up, and then we go up the stairs, and then Edward just like that disappeared. That was the last I saw of him. That was the last time I ever saw him.
Where he went.
That was the last time I ever saw him. He went up to his residence upstairs.
Really?
Yeah. He just disappeared,
Bizarre.
no, because he knew that it was going to be me and the girl and the guy.
Oh, right, okay.
So he just left us to it, and then he went upstairs to his apartment, and then I went up to their space. They had an apartment there as well, and then and then we were just drinking and talking and all of that. Then end up having some fun, but it was slightly unusual. This is the part where you said about the fetish. This is what that part where that would come in, because so I start basically what they wanted me to do was kind of bully the boyfriend in front of the girlfriend, bully him and kind of push him around a little bit while kind of not like violent or anything, but just kind of talk. If you've ever seen cuckold porn, have a look at that, you'll understand. Basically just to kind of talk down to him and blah blah blah. Don't worry, I'm going to show your girlfriend how it's done. Yeah, I'm going to show you how it's done with your girlfriend in front of you. That type of stuff. So then that's fine. I can do that. I've done that many times before. It's fine.
Okay.
It's not my favorite thing, but I can do it.
Where I exit left.
Yeah, so check it out. So I had the fun. So I had the fun, and then in the background, this guy's there trying to give instructions, like it's one of his fucking movies. Like what are you giving directions for? So he was annoying me, and that's where I started seeing that it was just a fetish thing. And then I'm thinking to myself, should I be getting paid for this? Yeah.
Oh dear.
Should I be getting paid for this? Because it was like then I saw, this is just a complete fetish thing. And then they were talking about me, but they were saying, oh yeah, the thing about them, they're stronger than us. They're better than us. They're more athletic. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way slightly, because you can't use the N-word. They weren't doing that at all, and they weren't even close to using the N-word. But it was that kind of the other. It was that othering me kind of. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
And it just felt really fucking weird. So I did what I was doing, and I did a good job. And we banged for around, I don't know, for about hour and a half nonstop. It was good. And then after that, then I was knackered, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna, is there anywhere I can sleep or somewhere like that? And then I'll head back. They're like, oh no, we're gonna get some rest.
Bobby, you're gonna have to pause. I've got an emergency at the door. Yeah. Someone's knocking on the door. They can't get into the house.
All right, don't hang up. Yeah. Don't hang up, because this could be them. Yeah. And I'll tell the audience as well, guys. Just so you know, the landlady of Petula has actually changed the locks on her door, so she could potentially get locked out. They're trying to lock her out of her own property. It's literally what they're doing. That's how crazy things are at the moment. So everybody's going against us. Who was that?
I'm back.
Who was that?
It was just one of the tenants who couldn't get in. But
which one?
I think that it wasn't the one that normally is aggressive towards me. This was the one that initially was, but then tried to apologize. But I just can't trust any of them.
Okay.
Yeah, he just knocked on the door. He couldn't get in.
Okay, I just told the viewers that about that. They've changed. The landlady's changed the locks on your doors, and also one of the things they're trying to do is say that Petula is mentally ill and imagining that there's gas there, and basically trying to turn everything against her, which is absolutely insane. So all of you guys have seen everything happening, so it's not going to work. It's not a strategy, but they have changed the locks on her door, so the moment she leaves the property, she won't be able to come back in again. So that's what's happening. So if you guys can support Petula, that would be very, very, very good as well. She needs more allies. She doesn't have enough. So I'm there, did what I was doing. It was like an hour and a half or something. It was very good. And then after that, they were just kind of like, oh yeah, we're going to get some rest. Can you leave? And I was thinking, oh, you motherfuckers. So basically I did all that, and now I've got to leave. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. That's why I was saying it was like a fetish thing. And it was like, maybe I should have been paid for that, because when you're seeing one of these models and it's a top tier model, as far as I know, it's a top tier model, you're looking at it's like, right, should I be getting paid for this? First of all, you think that your luck's in, because it's like, oh, you got all these porn stars, you got models, you got Victoria's Secret ones and all of that. You're thinking, oh, my luck's in. But then when you end up in a scenario where it's done in the way where it's not my style, because that's not my style to do that. I can do it and I do a good job, but it's not my style. If you're paying me, I would do it, but not for recreational. No, that's not how I would normally have sex. It just isn't. It's not my. I'm a very relaxed person and all of that, but I can role play and do all of that. So it was just interesting just to see that I was fetishized massively, and it was one of the few times in my life where I actually felt like I don't think that wasn't exactly what I wanted, but I'm not complaining. It's fine. Got to have.
You're quite open person about that.
Yeah, I'm easygoing. I don't care. I don't care about most things. I'm easigoing. It's just like it's an experience. It's a story, so it's fine. It's a story. But that's the Edward Davenport. That was my interaction. Most people don't know that, but that was my interaction. That was the one time only that I met Edward Davenport. I spoke to him very briefly, 6 words, literally 6 words, I think it was. And then met the model and then, banged the model in front of her boyfriend, like an hour and a half, very fun. And then went home. And then that story was just there in my head and I hadn't told many people. So that was super interesting. And also they were asking me to film it, and I was just kind of like, because remember I said I was working, but remember I was working for Disney. Yeah. So you don't want to be in a even now you couldn't even be in OnlyFans or a porn thing if you're working, not for Disney, working with Disney contract. So. Right. Even now, no, Disney was super clean. Warner Brothers, MGM, yeah, you could do that. With Batman Begins, that was Warner Brothers, and James Bond 007, that was MGM. You could get away with it. Not that it's your whole career, but if you were in one movie and it was a while ago and nothing was terrible and everyone consented, you could be fine. You could be fine with that. Right. But so they wanted me to film it. I was like, no, I'm all right. But then at the same time, I was thinking, this is one of those once in a lifetime kind of situations. This is very rare for me to get a woman of that level. So I said, all right. So I said, okay. But then I saw that it could be. Then I'm always aware of traps and stuff because everyone consents always, and not just that. If there was no consent, obviously, how the fuck did I get all the way from Alex King's house all the way to 33 Portland Place up past security? Right. But still, so already as a black man, and this is a white woman, I'm always worried. I'm always worried in those situations, and I have the right to be. It's a sensible thing. Always sensible. We've seen a lot of black men were hung, so I've seen those things. So I'm always super cautious. So I said, okay, I will film it, but we have to have both of our faces in there as well, and all the rest, and also you have to acknowledge that the camera is there, because I don't want it to be like, oh, I didn't know I was being filmed. So basically I made it that she was, when we were doing it, she was basically talking to the camera and saying blah, 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 blah. So it was fine. So I felt a lot safer.
What was the purpose of it being filmed, Bobby? A silly question.
No, they wanted me to film it.
They wanted it?
Yeah, they were asking, and I was like, no. I kept saying no, but they wanted to keep it, and they were like, we're not going to share it with anybody. Then eventually I thought to myself, well, I actually want it. And if it did come out, it wouldn't make me look bad. It wouldn't make me look bad at all. I had a good solid 8. So that was good. A good solid 8. Solid the entire time. Really good hour and a half with yeah. So I was thinking, well, this doesn't make me look bad. This doesn't make me look bad, but it could affect my ability to make money. But I've got so many companies I work with. I can sacrifice Disney for this. I absolutely could. So a Victoria's Secret model or a woman who's in that field. So I was just like, yeah, okay. So yeah, I filmed it, and then after that, then I said, okay,
what's happened to it?
Wait. So then I said, okay, I said it's on my phone, but I'll give you a copy. After. They said, okay. And then when they asked me to leave, I thought, okay, that's fine. So I went home, and then I tried to message, because I was gonna give him a copy, while at the same time, remember he's a producer and director. So so I said, right, I'll give him a copy once we have that conversation about the movie directing and the different things that he wants to work on. And then I tried to call, radio silence, and they just basically ignored me and then eventually blocked me. So I thought to myself, okay, so I kept the video
As well, really.
yeah, so I kept the video for a while, and then after that, I just deleted it. I just deleted it, and that was it. But I kept it for myself because I thought, these motherfuckers, if you're just talking and then about we can work on a different project, like a high level project, and then all of a sudden I give that video, then that video can circulate, but then I didn't even get a project out of it. It's like, nah, I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb. So I held on to that, and then nothing happened. So I was just like, okay, cool. And I just deleted it, and that was it. But I kept it for a while, and I looked at it and I was like, fond memories. I was like, oh, that was fun. That was fun. So yeah, that was the situation. So most people don't know that. Nobody really knows that story. Like hardly anyone, only the closest people. But the point is, that's what I'm saying. I have zero problem with Edward Davenport because he was very nice to me. He literally allowed me to get into that car with that model actress and the director producer guy, and then go to his house and then use his house to fuck her and then leave. So why would I have a problem with this guy? He was very, very, very nice to me. That was like one of the biggest favors anyone's ever done. Because he could have just said, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this black guy? It's nighttime. Who's this random black guy that I've never seen in my life? And you want him to come in my car? Yeah, not just that. I'd like to go to your house also. What, when there's no parties? There were no parties going on at that moment. It was dead quiet. Just the security at the door, dead quiet. Yeah. Also let the random black guy into the house also. And he was just, yeah, come along. He was the one who said, are you coming to them? And then looked at me like to say, are you coming or not? So it wasn't even anyone forced him. He just saw that we were getting on and there was something that was about to happen. And he was kind enough to say, oh, yeah, go. He didn't cop block. He was basically a wingman for his friend. And then that was it, or his friends. And that was it. So that's what I'm saying. So the fact that the British Secret Service today sent somebody to try, we suspect to try and set up Edward Davenport to make it as if we're going specifically after him and we found some information and now he's got dangerous connections. So he's going to send people who would eventually kill me because everyone knows where I am. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. I don't know what Edward Davenport has done or what he hasn't done. But what I can say is there was something happening at 33 Portland Place, some kind of something 100% we know was to do with images of children. And then Alex King says that those images were being shared by individuals who were using his laptop computer as a computer hub. So he was the house manager, or he was doing whatever work he was doing there. He would put his laptop down and he would allow other people to use his laptop. So he's saying those images were being shared between the people, and you wouldn't just share normal images. Like I said, you would only share images if they were specific. So in other words, a marketplace, that's when you share images, because it's like, oh, that specific child. Because you can get anyone can download images from the internet. You can download images of animals or children or whatever it is, crazy thing that you're into. So anyone can download, but sharing of images means specific value to those images. Those specific images have more value than the other child images. That's important. Those specific images hold more value, and it's a big risk sharing images of children. So you're going to take that risk and share those images. Why? When you could download them yourself from a burner device, from a SIM card not connected to you. You could go, I don't know about England, if you can still do it. Here, you have to show your passport in Dominican Republic before you get a SIM card. But I think the whole thing, and your address and a bill, everything is crazy. But I think in England, you correct me if I'm wrong, you can just go and buy a SIM card and then just start using it, pay cash to top. Yeah, so you can pay cash, so there's no credit card trail or debit card trail. Pay cash for the SIM card, pay cash to top it up, buy a phone with cash, that's a secondhand phone, or secondhand phone, and then you can just start using it immediately and nobody would know. So anyone could do that. So Edward Davenport owned a mansion with over 100 rooms, not all of them bedrooms, but over 100-room mansion in central London, not even on the outskirts. Over 100 rooms. I don't think over 100 rooms. So some ballroom, kitchen, bathrooms, toilets, bedrooms, 100 rooms, basement, jacuzzi area, sauna, whatever. So you got a mansion with over 100 rooms, multimillionaire. I don't think he needed to use Alex King's computer. I might be wrong, because he could have been like, oh, this is the perfect cover. Now anyone could get blamed and not just me. So it could be, but I think he would have better ways, more effective ways to run a trafficking operation than that. But he could have used it for cover. Who knows? We don't know. But what I do know is that I don't have any personal problem with him. Not at all. Do I think he's a good person? No. He even his best friend said bad things about him in the documentary. We know this for a fact. So, but I do not have a problem with that guy at all. I also don't have a problem with Alex King. When I was around him, he was very nice on almost every situation. He was very, very, very kind, very friendly, very charismatic, very entertaining. The best way to describe him is entertaining and, what's the word? Generous. Very generous. Very generous. And also with, what's his name? Edward Davenport. He was very generous to say, oh, are you coming? Yeah, get in the car with me. Yeah. Oh, come to my house. Use the house. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Doesn't even know who I am. Doesn't know anything. So that's what I'm saying, that the British Secret Service, I think, just tried to set up Edward Davenport because they sent somebody connected to a member of the royal family and connected to Prince Andrew. Yeah. And the Epstein files. They sent somebody to send me documents about Edward Davenport that would literally corner him and put him in a situation where everything's pointed at him and nothing at the British Secret Service. That's very interesting for me. That's very interesting. And then that same person said, nobody's prepared to speak about all of these things that I just sent you because Edward Davenport has very dangerous connections. So they're all scared to talk. So then that would be on my device. Everyone knows where I live. So then if a hitman came around and killed me, the motive would be on Edward Davenport because on my device would be documents that point directly at him for multiple things over multiple years and the trafficking ring as well. So it's like they tried to throw him under the bus. It's like they tried to put everything on him and then to give motive that if something happened to me, then it would have been him that did it. So that's why we're in this situation. We're very, very, very concerned about that. And that makes me think that he's maybe even more innocent than we thought. I personally don't even think that he is directly connected to that. But I can't say for sure because we're doing an investigation. But also, I don't know if Alex King is directly connected to the trafficking ring. I don't know. I know he was definitely arrested and convicted for child images. Yeah, multiple child images. And also, but he was the one who said it was being shared with people in 33 Portland Place, and then he said a couple of other things, and yes,
Oh my God.
right,
Yeah.
that all added up. I don't want to say too much with the open case. Right. And also I know that he was arrested and convicted for a grape of a woman after drugging her. And where did it happen? Where did it happen? At 33 Portland Place. So it wasn't like it happened inside his house. It happened at 33 Portland Place. So there's a lot of things pointing towards 33 Portland Place. But just because Edward Davenport is the owner doesn't mean that he's responsible for everything. It's like if you own a nightclub or a bar and then some people come in and start doing some stuff. Doesn't mean that you were to do with it. But maybe you were, maybe you weren't. That's what we'd have to look into. But so far, we haven't seen anything that directly, like what they said. We've got stuff that puts suspicion on everybody there, but we haven't seen anything that, like, they basically just gave a whole bunch of documents and said it's him.
Right. Okay.
And he's very dangerous.
They were sent to you.
Yes, it's him. He's very dangerous. He's got loads of connections that basically that can kill you. So that
It almost sounded like an indirect kind of, not a threat. Because it's the fact
because they gave the documents that now those documents could have been fake. Who knows? Yeah,
they could have been. You're right.
Because basically what they said was, these are the documents, these are the photocopies of the documents. Here you go. But he's so powerful. He got the police to make the case disappear and everything else. So all we have is the documents. So basically it would be a bunch of documents that don't mean anything because now there's no case and no nothing because they say that he made it disappear, which I don't believe, but maybe that could be true. So a bunch of documents that are unsubstantiated, nothing to link them to anything, and also a message on my phone alongside those documents saying Edward Davenport is connected to very, very dangerous people.
Yeah.
So then if I turn up dead, they're like, oh, look on his phone. He got all of these documents saying Edward Davenport is completely guilty.
Yeah.
And look, there's the smoking gun. He's caught Edward Davenport, but before he got a chance to do anything or before it went forward or anything else, he got killed. And there's the warning saying Edward Davenport's very, very dangerous. He's dangerous. He's connected to very dangerous people. Oh, yeah, there you go. Case closed. Wasn't us. The British Secret Service. We would never do a thing like that. Set people up and make things disappear. And look, Edward Davenport, people say so many bad things about him. It's him. It's not us. We're here to protect you. See, look, we did such a good job. Even at the Ariana Grande concert, okay, bad example. Not that one. But other times we've helped people.
Yeah.
That's what I think happened there. I think they tried to give us a smoking gun for Edward Davenport, point the finger, say he's connected to very dangerous people was the term. And then something could happen to me. Everyone knows where I live. And then they know the layout of my house. They know everything. They know when I'm sleeping, pretty much. They know when I'm live streaming. They know where to find me, how to find me. They know everything. They know where I sit, where my computer is. They know everything. So then they could say, look, this fucking guy, he said exactly where he was. The Edward Davenport guy just sent a team of hitmen. So that's what I think, or a hitman, or just paid one of the security guys, or whatever it is. That's what I think just happened. That's what I think. So that's interesting. That's hence the reason I'm doing a live stream. That is very, very, very concerning. That is very concerning. But anyway, we've got it on live stream now. Let me stop that stream. No, actually, let me not stop that stream. Let me upload the OBS as a video and keep the stream on just in case anything happens in the meantime, because we know that this is giving them a problem. And my call to action is basically, do not wait for permission to do your own citizen investigation, because the whole of mainstream media has been corrupted, all the way from the media barons, all the way down to the editors, all the way down to the journalists. They all want to keep their job, their salary, their money coming in, so they do not care. All of this, 33 Portland Place, I have told all of the major news channels. I've spoken to them directly. I've spoken to all of the local MPs, everybody, all of the journalists, all of your major content creators that you guys know, that you subscribe to, that you follow, that talk about all of these things with Israel and Gaza. I've told them all about 33 Portland Place. If you have an influencer, if you have a content creator that you follow, and they haven't been talking about 33 Portland Place for the last 6 years, they're compromised. Every single one of them I've spoken to, I promise you that. They're compromised. So you have to really think, if the president of the United States is compromised, how easy is it to compromise those people? So that's where we are at the moment. So do not wait for those content creators to make videos about it, because they don't care. They're compromised. Either they're getting money, or they want to be in movies, or they want to be on television. So they don't want to anger the people who pull the strings, the gatekeepers. These content creators don't just want to be content creators. They want to be in Hollywood. They want to be in movies. They want to be in on TV shows. They want to be making music. Don't trust them. Do your own investigation. Okay. Speak to you guys soon. And I'm going to have a next video. I just want to get this one out here because they keep doing so much to try and stop me. All right. Speak to you soon. Quick update. If anything does happen, simply go to ChatGPT and say, ChatGPT, give me everything I need to investigate the murder of Bobby Johnson from the comfort of my own home, using the following details, include telephone numbers and email addresses, and how to get an eSIM to make phone calls to the Dominican Republic. Bobby Johnson, home, ground floor, apartment, Mare, Golf 1, apartmento 21C, Cocotau, Punta Cana. And ChatGPT will give you absolutely everything you need. And people are asking why I'm giving out my address, because they already know where I am. But if you guys know where I am, that's the first point of call to start your investigation if anything happens. But I'm not running from anyone. These guys are billionaire pedophiles who kidnap children and do even worse things to them. They should be running from us, not us running from them. We have the most winnable case you could ever imagine. The only way we could lose is if the closest people around me betrayed me. So everyone keep your eyes on everything happening. And if that doesn't happen, then we win this. Okay, guys, and that's the video. As you can see, I'm very, very passionate about this. That's my call to action. Don't just sit around. Do not ask for permission to go and do a citizen investigation. It's embarrassing that people will sit down and see these pedophiles running the country and still spend their time wearing the jewelry, trying to drive the car, trying to have the lifestyle, trying to show off about being something. Guess what? Unless you do something about the pedophiles running the world, running your country, running all of the major news channels, you're nothing. None of us are anything. None of the money, none of the nice stuff, none of the reputation, none of the achievements mean anything if the people at the top running everything are pedophiles and we've done nothing. So this, for me, is worth everything, and nothing I have means anything. This is worth more than my life. This is so embarrassing, having pedophiles running our country, that I'm prepared to die for it. I want things to be like this. One day, I want my grandchildren, or if I get old enough, if I get to that age and they don't just wipe me out, I want my grandchildren to look at me when I say, I remember the days when there were pedophiles running our country. Yes, they used to run everything. And they're going to look at me and say, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. I'll say, yes, there were pedophiles running the country. They used to take us to war just so they wouldn't get caught being pedophiles. They had footage on them, you know. And then my grandkids would say to me, no, that's not true. Dad, tell him, look, Granddad's having one of his turns. Okay, Granddad, come on, let's get you to bed. I'll say, no, there were pedophiles. They were running the world, I tell you. And the world would be so different. The world would be so different that people would never in a million years imagine that pedophiles ran this country. That's how I want it to be. Just like it's hard to imagine being a slave, or it's hard to imagine being in segregation. I want the younger generation, I want them to still remember, but it would still be interesting to have a time when they look at me as if I'm absolutely crazy talking about pedophiles used to run the country and that we allowed it, and that the people in the United States had all those blap, 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 blaps to do the blap, blap, blapping, and nobody did any blap, blap, blapping, and nobody did any guillotining. Nobody did anything. We just watch them run the show and then take us to war just to cover their tracks. I want that to be a thing of the past, and I want that to be so embarrassing that people couldn't even imagine it was true. Because if I was in the days of slavery, you guys know for a fact, if there were chains on me, nothing I can do about it. But if they just put me in a field or put me in a house, taking out the owner, taking my people, and I'm getting the hell out of there. We're either going to run to the wilderness, or we're going to go to Canada or Mexico or wherever is safe. That's what we're going to do. If we're in the wilderness, it's going to be guerrilla warfare. I'm going to do and you guys have got to Google this if you don't know him, or you can YouTube him, Robert Smalls. I would be like Robert Smalls, and I think this is objectively true. You've seen how hard I've worked for the last 6 years. You've seen the assassination attempts, and I keep going. They keep trying to assassinate me. I keep going. They keep putting smoke in my house, gas in my house. Why are they putting gas in my house? Not to kill me. They could kill me in 60 seconds. What they're trying to do is flush me out so that at nighttime, I go out around near the swimming pool or around where the bushes are, and then they get me. Do you understand? They want to make it look like an accident. I think we're all sensible enough to know that. They don't want to just do it like Charlie Kirk. That doesn't work, does it? What they want to do is make it look like an accident. So until that happens, which looking pretty likely, the amount I'm taking a piss out of them and mocking them publicly, I don't think they're very happy about that. But at the very least, please, everybody, do your citizen investigations. The point in case is the very notion, the fact that we know about this DS Steve Martin and we're looking into it to see if this is the same person is because of one of our citizen journalists, one of our audience members, one of our fans, one of our supporters who pointed it out. And then I looked into it, and it looks very, 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 very likely that the same person investigating and derailing the children in Hampstead, their case against the cult that was forcing them to unalive babies, seems to be, for some strange reason, the same person who derailed and investigated my case to do with the child trafficking at number 33 Portland Place and beyond. So this is very interesting. And Petula Hippolyte, my Mackenzie friend, this is an audience member just like you who got involved, and now she's fighting the good fight, and she is eventually going to get her compensation, and this is going to be good for everybody, especially for her. That can change her life. And also she can get justice, so the people who have gassed her and harassed her and the things that she's shown us, those people can be held accountable for the actions they've done against her as well. Because there's nothing worse, almost nothing worse. There's almost nothing worse than a woman being attacked in her home. Worse than that is actually the children being attacked, which we've been dealing with, and that's what we're trying to stop. So thank you so much for everyone who supported. I started off maybe about 2 months ago with 485 followers on Instagram, and now I have over 20,000. My videos used to get 150 views, and now standard they get 100,000, 250,000. I've got a video that's going up to 400,000. People are starting to take note. But just remember, the content creators who haven't spoken about it, never forget that, because there's going to be a moment when they start making videos and pretending they never knew about it. Oh, I never knew. I've been there's this going on. You've seen me doing this or doing this activist work or doing this journalist work. Yeah, we've been so busy. We just never noticed it. Yes, you did. It's been 5 years. It's 2026. It's been 6 years now. 6 years since May. It's been 5 years. 5 years I've been talking. I didn't go to the audience. I didn't go to the little people, the people that don't have big followings like most of you who have maybe 200 people or 1,000 people following. I approached the big ones first of all, and I brought exactly the same evidence that you've looked at. Everybody understood. The evidence is the same. Nothing's changed. So the only thing that's going to change is these content creators are going to start pretending that they've just noticed it. And then they're going to start making videos, and they're going to think that you're going to forget. Because guess what? Google COINTELPRO is just the same as that. The same way the politicians were compromised, your social media influencers were compromised. These people are not stupid. The people in charge know they need to put the people in influence under control. So the influence is the influencers, and the influencers are controlled by them. And the influencers influence the population. So whoever controls the influencers controls the population. Never forget that. And it's going to be the ones that you like. It's not going to be, oh, I'm a Democrat. Oh, look at these Republicans. I hate these ones. Or I'm a Republican. Look at these Democrats. Or I'm a Democrat. Look at these Republicans. I'm left wing or I'm right wing. No, it's going to be both sides. It's going to be the ones that you like. It's going to be the ones that you've been watching for years and you trusted. I promise you. And it's going to take only the people with the emotional intelligence that's up here will be able to do it, will be able to deal with it. The other ones will be so invested that they'll start looking and they'll say, no, surely not Russell Brand, or surely not this person, or surely not Owen Jones, or surely not this newspaper, or this magazine, or this publication. Yes, it is, unfortunately. They have compromised every layer down to the social media influencers. And even the ones that you like. And if you've got high emotional intelligence, you're going to be able to deal with it. But if you haven't, you're just going to keep watching them and consuming them and just pray and hope that it's not them. But it is them. I promise you it is. But if you've got low emotional intelligence, you just won't be able to deal with it. It'll be like a friend betraying you. And that betrayal is difficult. Or it's like when you have a partner and they're cheating on you and you don't want to believe it. And you've been with that partner and you've listened to them saying so many things to you and you think to yourself, no, surely they wouldn't do it. And you lie to yourself. That's what it's going to feel like with your favorite influencers. It wasn't difficult with the politicians because guess what? We hate most of them anyway. But with your social media influencers, this is going to be the most difficult thing for my audience. Something with polar bears. Wow, that's a wild scene. Look at these guys. Can't even fight back. They all just run like cowards. Yeah, you see that? That's what most humans are like. You see that polar bear? That polar bear is the government, and those walruses are the population. And in theory, you look at that, you think to yourself, but there's more walruses, and they got these big stupid tusks. Why are they not fighting back? And that's the same as with the population. There's more of us than them. Like I said, I'm not running anywhere. I'm right here. I've given my address. Everyone knows where I am. These guys are already here, and directly above me. Whenever they're ready, they can do whatever they want. But everyone should be doing that. There shouldn't be this fear. We're the normal people. They're the pedophiles. Look, Iran, we call it now the Jeffrey Epstein War. You know why? Because that would have never happened if it wasn't for him trying to hide his shenanigans, never used that word before, with Jeffrey Epstein and friends and victims. So why are we not all standing up and just saying, come on, I'm right here, let's go, I'm right here. Why are we not doing that? Okay, this one here is about how the British Secret Service use your Wi-Fi against you.
This is where the human beings are. Then they took away the camera, so all the AI had was the language of radio signals bouncing around a room, and this is what they're able to reconstruct. Real-time 3D pose estimation, right? So suddenly AI has turned every Wi-Fi router into a camera that can work in the dark, specially tuned for tracking living beings.
Okay? So if you've ever been under surveillance and you started wondering why the hell these people know exactly where you are at all times, now you know the answer. They literally are using your Wi-Fi against you. And then if you go into the toilet and you're taking a crap, now they're watching you taking a dump, which is slightly unusual for somebody to be doing during surveillance, but this is exactly what they're doing. Or if you're with your wife or whatever you're doing, you're cooking some food, they are watching you. So just so that you're aware of that.
Together to create something that we never thought.
There you go. So basically you can be in your home with your lovely dog that looks like a golden retriever. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like one. You can literally be inside your home and they will be watching you just like that. So privacy is gone. So even if you say, you know what, I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi, or I won't have Wi-Fi. I'm not going to have it. Guess what? Your neighbor has Wi-Fi, and your neighbor's Wi-Fi goes into your property also, so they can just hijack your neighbor's Wi-Fi, sit on it, and watch you all day long, everything that you're doing. Even if you're writing on a piece of paper, they can look at the movement of your hand and figure out what you're writing. So just remember, your privacy is gone. And it's not, if you got nothing to hide, you got nothing to fear. Shut up. I want my privacy, but it's gone now. So just remember that. So if you're wondering why they know where you are, because I can be on one side of the apartment or I can be on another side of the apartment, doesn't matter. They know exactly where you are at all times.
Hi guys. Just wanted to talk about our communication with Amnesty International. As you know, Bobby Johnson is a political refugee, and that's one of the reasons why we chose to get in touch with the leading human rights organisation based in the UK. There are quite a few over in globally. Obviously, I'm in the UK, so I'm a Mackenzie friend. So I was able to get in touch with them. And for those of you that don't know much about Amnesty International, they are an international non-governmental organisation focused on human rights. And with its headquarters in the United Kingdom, the organisation says it has more than 10 million global followers and supporters. So obviously, the right thing would have been to do is to approach them, so which is what we did. As we know, Bobby is a political refugee, and their mission is to actually support people like him, which is why I contacted them in the first place. So our first initial contact with them was on November 2025. I think it was, first of all, I think I made a phone call first, and then I followed up with an email because there was no response for about 2 weeks. So having said that, there was no communication for a while, and then I decided to reach out to them again, which I did. And as you can see, 12 emails later, with all the backwards and forwards conversations going on, and basically sending us around in circles, which was going from department to department, them promising us that they would forward our emails to the correct people, and those correct people never really got in touch with us. In fact, there was silence for a while. We were literally going nowhere. The frustration was, it seemed hopeful. It seemed like they were listening, but obviously they weren't. And having had a few conversations with Bobby at the time, he was able to actually speak to someone who mentioned about a certain department not being able to work with us because, as far as they were concerned, they only dealt with journalists. Now, Bobby, as you know, is a citizen journalist, and he was able to speak to one of the ladies on the phone. But in the event that he couldn't get through to them in that way, she promised that she would forward our information to the correct department. And it obviously went somewhere. We don't know where it went, but it went somewhere. And there was silence again. So the new year came, and the last email that we received on the 22nd of January 2026, this year, we were then told to get in touch with the Secretariat of Amnesty International. And what was very interesting about that, and the irony was, that was the first person that I actually reached out to all the way back in November 2025. So you can imagine, okay, we've been corresponding, you've been responding back, but with no concise conclusion as to what you were going to do. We even included a report of the specifics of Bobby's case, you know, the gassing, British Secret Service, and what was happening to him there, under siege, in his own home. But that wasn't enough. There was, I think, if I remember correctly, a reasoning for the delays, which was the organisation was very busy. And of course, fair enough, it was December when they responded, and they said, you know, it's a busy time of the year. Fair enough. But we're talking about someone's life. We're talking about between life and death at this moment in time. So the frustration was there, and we decided that we were going to, you know, put an end to that communication because it wasn't going anywhere. As I said, a road to nowhere, going round in circles. So by the time it came to the new year, that was the final email letting us know that we had to go back to the beginning. And that's when we realised, well, Bobby knew from before me. You know, he gave me this term coined, he said funneling, but I realised that we were funneled. And funnel just means that we were placed somewhere in the ether somewhere. And they weren't going to look at our information. They basically just put it to one side. They weren't going to deal with it. But we suspect that the British Secret Service were actually in that organisation, maybe in one department. So they would palm it off to somebody in a department that would have dealt with it. And it just happened to be somebody who was actually working for them. And that's why we never got any resolve. But there will be more information in our next video that we put up. And it will show you clearly the evidence, the conversations, the content of what was going on and what was being said. So that will give you an idea of what happens when you are reaching out to agencies that are supposed to help people like Bobby, and how it can be infiltrated from the inside.
Okay guys, this is the 4th edition of the main video on my YouTube channel. As you know, we can't do the whole video all in one go, so I do one main video and I keep adding segments and updates, and we call them editions. So this is the 4th edition, and I'm going to show you what's going to come up on the 5th edition. Right, I've got some notes here. The judge, we're going to go into more detail and explain what happened with the judge. Steve Martin, that was DC Steve Martin, who was from the case with the children from the suspected cult. Now it's DS Steve Martin. What we're seeing is it's exactly the same guy, which is highly unusual. So we're going to look into that and see how that could have happened. And also the judge is a person who's been appointed and is a specialist in stalking and child crimes, like the one that we're talking about with 33 Portland Place. It makes absolutely no sense how they managed to find that judge and by accident just happened to appoint him to a case that had absolutely nothing to do with that, or number 33 Portland Place. So we're going to look into that on edition number 5. What else do we have? The new and improved Amnesty International segment. So Petula is going to talk about, or has already spoken about, the Amnesty International issue, how we got funneled, how somebody in the British Secret Service seems to have got themselves into position to move our case away so that they wouldn't help us, even though we've got all of this overwhelming evidence and a Crown Court case, and they still aren't able to help us. That doesn't make any sense. So we're going to look into that on the next edition. How they set people up. Yep, we're going to look at on how the British Secret Service set people up, so we can give you all of the advice on how to avoid being set up if you have to become a whistleblower at some point in your life, or if you end up helping whistleblowers or joining the side and helping us. That would be great, so you understand what's going on. How they set people up, how they compromise people. So that's the major, biggest problem that you face when you're going up against the government and the Secret Service and evil. What they'll do is blackmail people, they'll threaten people, and sometimes they'll just give money to people. Or there'll be people in prison and they'll say, do you want to come out 5 years early? Come and help us. There's many ways that they turn good people to work on the side of evil. That is the most important segment, and I want to really go in depth about it as well. So there'll be a segment on the next edition talking about that. Yes, this is fun. If the British Secret Service are sending you now to go up against me, Bobby Johnson, the man who documents everything, and I've been doing that for the last 6 years, and I get on Instagram 100,000 views, 300,000 views, 400,000 views, we're going up to 500,000 on some of the videos. And these are videos that have got photographs of undercover agents. So if you work for the British Secret Service or one of the adjacent organizations that is helping them, and they're sending you now, 6 years later, to come and follow me and harass me, they hate you. They don't value you. At the least, they don't value you because they know that you're going to be filmed. Your picture's going to be out there circulating to over 100,000 people, maybe even 500,000 people are going to see your face. That's going to be the end of your career. You're not the best. They don't value you. Walk away now because they don't care about your career. Because the moment you get filmed, you're on desk duty. Your undercover days are gone for the rest of your life. So just think about that. If you're going to start following me now, 6 years later, this started in 2020, we're in 2026 now. If they send you now, realize that they don't care about you. Just so you understand your position in the organization. That's the members of the British Secret Service who are actually being assigned to follow me now. They don't care about you. You're the worst. You're not James Bond. They don't think you're James Bond. They don't hold you as a high value individual. They're not sending you to go and deal with nuclear scientists and stop them making nuclear weapons. Or they're not sending you after Bond type villains, the real serious people, the real terrorists. They're sending you after me, a citizen journalist, who will take pictures of you and end your career. So just be aware of that. Right, so I'm going to do a whole segment on that as well, and we'll talk about that and what that means. How they create surveillance houses. That's a good one. I just wrote that down today. I think a lot of you would want to know, how do they select a location and what's the demographic that they're going for? Because there's many different demographics for the surveillance houses. So that's going to be a very interesting one. The world stage, you know, all of the world is a stage, as Shakespeare said, and we are just actors or playing our parts, whatever he said. But that really rings true to the British Secret Service, but not just that, governments all around the world, they are creating influencers to influence the population, and these people are actors, and most people can't even see through it because they can see the left-wing ones because they're right-wing and they hate the left-wing, or they're left-wing and they can spot the right-wing undercover agents who are in the media, but they can never seem to spot the ones that they like because people are biased and they're not using their emotional intelligence. So I'm going to do a segment about that, definitely, 100%. Theatre, what we call street theatre, is when they start following you and they start doing things to try and freak you out, like walking really close behind you, or you're in a crowd and then one of the undercover officers, this is when they try and freak you out and try and make you like you're a mentally ill person to discredit you. So you can be walking in central London, for example, there's a big crowd of people, and then from out of the crowd, somebody walks straight towards you, looks you dead in the eye and reaches into their pocket as if they've got a gun, and then you're gonna freak out. They will do things like that to you. And also they'll give you LSD, they'll drug you, they'll do many things in order to catch you out and discredit you. So theatre, definitely that is something we'll do a video on. It's just like, for example, even this big window here, you'll see them just walking past, you see them just stand there.
stare at you for 15 minutes, stand there and stare at you. What are you going to do? The minute I bring out my phone, then they just walk off. So that's theatre. That's a performance that they do to try and intimidate you, let you know that they're around at all times. Uber. How Uber works is basically, in order for them to make sure that an undercover officer is always with you at all times, following you, so they don't lose track of you and they can see who you're talking with, who you're meeting with, if you're exchanging documents or pictures of them or whatever it is you have, they will make sure that all of their agents, because when you're under surveillance, they will make sure they're living in locations around you, especially if you're in an apartment or a house. What they'll do is make sure that even the agents who aren't driving will have a phone and they will be attached to Uber as workers. So then as soon as myself or any other whistleblower puts in a request for an Uber to arrive, you'll have 4 or 5 Ubers near you already. And you'll be thinking, how comes there's so many Ubers? And then some of them will cancel, but they do that to guarantee that they can get your request. So it'll be members of the team guaranteeing that they get your request. So now that they've got you, the other ones will come close to them in proximity, and then this one will cancel, and then that one will say yes, and then now you've got your driver. Always going to be undercover officer that's driving you around. That's how they make sure that no regular civilian accidentally takes your Uber call. And in my case, it's quite unusual because I live on a golf course. This is a golf resort, but for some reason, I've got loads of people that work for Uber living here, which is okay. I don't know how much they're paying people to drive Uber, but that's great. As soon as I put a request, you've got like 4 Ubers right near me, almost next door, which is fun. So I'm going to do a video on Uber. I think you guys are going to find that very interesting. Yes, and just finally, the last 3, we have spy families. Yes, do the spy agencies have people who were grandparents at the beginning and now they've got their children recruited and then their grandchildren? Yes, absolutely. Spy agencies do have children working for them directly. Have we had to deal with this over here? 100% yes. This is just the nature of the game. Is it something that's very well known? No. And is it highly illegal for them to have small children working on their behalf? Absolutely. But yes, they do. Just like they like to do many illegal things that we've heard of. You know, these people drop bombs on children's heads in Gaza. So recruiting children to work for them, it's nothing. The path to our mission to stop digital slavery, yes, 100%. We need people to understand that this whole thing ends in microchips being in people's brains and mass surveillance. The mass surveillance is here already. The drugging of people is here already, but in the end, we already know which direction this goes. And yes, and finally, in the next update, we will go into detail about...
Please, out you go. Out you go now. It's time for you to leave. It's time for you to leave. Victor, it's time for you to leave. Victor, are you still in there? Victor, what are you doing in there? What are you doing? Thank you. Time for you to go. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bobby, don't touch me.
Yeah, off you go.
Okay.
You're not going to get a reaction from me because I know that you've got agents outside waiting to come in. You're not going to get that from me at all. Got my hands behind my back. I've got my camera on. But guess what? Everyone can see exactly who you are and what you're doing. This is a big mistake from you. You just walk straight in and you say that you're not going to leave so that I will use physical violence and then they'll have an excuse to come against me with violence. Not going to happen. So we got this one over here. We've got this one standing over there, just waiting. Victor, you're never going to do that. We know exactly, everyone knows what you tried to do. You tried to provoke me so that the security outside would come in with their guns. So now we've got this one over here. Just standing there looking, waiting, if you guys can see. And now he's put himself back inside that fucking room again. I've got to take his keys off of him because this is just fucking ridiculous now. And I'm going to do a live stream for everybody. What are you doing? Off you go. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, what the fuck are you doing in there?
Can you guys see this? We're not friends. When's the last time you lived here? Answer it. There's an audience. Tell me. Tell them. Don't act like you live here. When's the last time you lived here? How many months? Was it this year? The British Secret Service would rather have
I
me
understand,
here
I mean,
than in England, and you are
obviously-
my handler. That's how it works.
How?
Who's the
I
landlord?
bring you food.
Who's the landlord?
I bring you
Who's
food
the landlord?
all weeks.
Who's the landlord?
Because otherwise
Who
you
is
will
the-
not have food to eat because you never
Who's the
leave
landlord?
the house.
Who's the landlord?
You never leave the house.
Who's the landlord?
You don't have any way of
He's
meeting.
not. He's not answering. He's not answering anything.
I'm not going to involve third people, Bobby.
Who's the landlord?
Because obviously you're going to involve
Who's
him.
the landlord? All right.
I mean,
who's the landlord? What's the name of the landlord?
I need to renew the.
All right. I'm gonna listen, guys. He was putting gas into this property. Was there gas being pumped into this property? Yes or no?
Bobby.
I'm gonna insert the video of you saying yes. Okay, they're leaking gas into my apartment again. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. So I put all 3 fans on, and I'm gonna have to take a slight security risk by opening the doors. Yeah, the entire apartment stinks of gas. I can hardly breathe. It's very, very, very tough on the lungs. So I'm gonna have to open the doors. But there we go, there's the third one. So you basically got 3 gas canisters putting gas all the way around this area. So that's why it seeps in through the gaps when they loosen it. So they'll walk past at nighttime. You guys can see it's very bright now. They'll walk past at nighttime, they'll loosen it, and eventually it seeps in and it goes into the house. A very, very, very simple way of putting gas into somebody's home. Every night, they creep up at nighttime while nobody's around and loosen it. And then over a couple of hours while I sleep, the gas fills up my house. That's one of the punishments that they do for me making videos. So just keep sharing my videos, make sure you screen record it, and we're just gonna keep fighting them because these people are billionaire child molesters and they're trafficking children, they're kidnapping children, they're doing the worst kind of things, they're interfering with the lives of children. So we're gonna keep fighting them, yeah? We're gonna keep fighting them.
No, you're so fine.
Was there gas? When I do this video of you, I'm going to insert it. So you can lie now, but I'm going to insert the evidence. Was there gas being pumped into this property? Yes or no? Why are you content with fumes coming into the house, especially into my room at nighttime? Did you smell it in my room? You did, remember?
Yes.
So you're happy? Yes?
Yes.
You are my handler. You are being blackmailed. That's why they need you close to me. That's why you have to keep bringing food. And that's why you have to keep saying you're paying the rent. Stop paying the rent and stop giving food. Everyone's recording this. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? This is being recorded. We're not friends. I'm not doing any friend-related things.
Okay.
I'm not your friend.
Continue.
You don't need to do anything.
Continue.
Stop trying to pretend that, oh, I'm such a nice friend. I don't want anything to... We're not friends.
Bobby,
this is a
the
surveillance
only
house.
person bringing you food is me. You don't leave this house
He's recording
ever, okay?
He's recording that.
Yes. You're recording me. Anyway, I don't need to record anything. I can use recording. But in any case, Bobby, you... Food.
Nothing's making sense. Why is he continuing if we're not friends? And he's filming me. I'm filming you because we're not friends and I want to use this against you to destroy your life. Why are you doing this for me?
Okay, you want to destroy my life.
Yes, because we're not friends.
Okay, because I am not friend, you're going to destroy my life.
We're enemies. You're working for
I
people.
am not your enemy,
Listen,
Bobby.
the British Secret Service have a court case where they're protecting paedophiles.
When you killed the baby, first time and
You killed the babies?
Yes.
You yourself?
With Papa. Papa holding my hand, he helped me. But he told me to cut the baby's head off. But he forced me to. He put his big hand on and he pushed my hand and then cut off the head.
Guess who's in charge of my court case? That guy. Are you insane? Are you trying to say that the British Secret Service is not doing anything to me? Answer. Everyone's watching.
Absolutely no idea about the Secret Service.
Oh,
Bobby.
really?
No.
6 years and everyone else.
Absolutely no idea.
Everyone else has
The
seen the
only thing
videos. Yeah, because we're trying to prove.
I am
we're
the
trying to
person
prove
supporting
that this
you.
isn't friendship. That you're a handler. No friend would go
100
that
for
far.
the Secret Service. That's what
Yes,
you're going.
they blackmail people.
Okay,
close to
basically
you.
an employee of the Secret Service or something like that.
You are a
your
victim.
idea-
Shut up. You're a victim of the Secret Service.
Okay, basically the Secret Service is
Okay, have we seen enough, guys? Have we seen enough?
Okay.
You all know that I'm not going to use violence. All right, out you go. Out you go. I'm actually
I know,
I'm gonna move you as well. I'm gonna
No,
move you as well.
no.
I'm gonna move you as well. You're gonna go.
I know to leave.
Okay, no, actually stay. I'm gonna enjoy.
Okay.
I'm gonna enjoy making sure that you remember that I'm here every minute.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can use that. I say use that. Send that straight to the police right now. Whatever it is you're planning on doing, send that straight to them because you are.
I don't know what to
harassing
do, Bobby.
No, you're harassing.
I don't know
me.
what to do. I
You're-
always expect that you will.
You're here harassing me. We all saw you run inside the bar, inside my room, and close the door. Do you think we didn't see that? I just sent it off. I just sent it off. It's
Bobby,
on
this is my
Instagram.
house.
It's on Instagram.
This is my house.
It's on. Who's the land? Okay, do you own this? Who's the landlord?
No.
Do you own this? Do you
No,
own
I
this
don't
house?
own. They rent the house.
From who?
I
From
mean,
the
I
Secret
know
Service?
to tell you. I know to tell you.
You're not going to tell me, and I've been here for a year.
Bobby.
I never got to meet the owner of the house, and as time passed, I realized he was keeping that person from me.
Everything I said, you guys just saw.
You don't know either.
Everything I said.
You don't know who.
I know I don't know. That's the whole point. I made a
Because
fucking
it's
video
a
about it.
service.
Do I live in a surveillance house? After I exposed number 33 Portland Place, I had to escape to the Dominican Republic. During those 3 years, I've moved over 11 times. At some point, my friend came to join me. This is my friend Victor Garrido Montoya. We worked together for around 20 years on Batman Begins, 007, James Bond, worked with Christopher Nolan, and he owed me around $50,000, unpaid money. He recommended a place for me to stay here in the Dominican Republic. I never got to meet the owner of the house, and as time passed, I realized he was keeping that person from me. And then the events started to happen. Gas, flickering lights, cyber attacks, but he seemed to be denying anything was actually happening. And even I found a secret passageway going underneath my property, and when I was doing a video about Prince Andrew, I could hear them running in the basement underneath my floor, and then they used something like a broom handle to knock underneath where my feet were. Typical stuff they like to do, make the lights flash. It's like some kind of house of horrors. They're messing around with the house, messing around with the electricity. Many people say my home is like the Big Brother house, except run by the British Secret Service.
I made a
Because
video
Secret
about
Service.
it that you've withheld the owner from me.
You guys see that? Just as I'm uploading it, all of a sudden these guys turn up. Every time I'm trying to upload something to do with these people, they just turn up. Coincidence, maybe. Could be a coincidence.
Honestly, all the public that is there.
Do you understand that the
this
video?
is the only thing that can keep more relaxed.
Do you understand?
Because
Do you
this is
understand?
going to
Listen carefully.
in a way
Listen carefully. Do you understand? There's a
that-
video of
obviously
me asking who the owner is, so that we can sort out the gas, and you saying no, and now you just actually admitted it.
It's been over 2 weeks. All you need to do is call the guy who owns the property. That's it. It's very, very straightforward. It's not difficult. Maybe the fumes are coming from the air conditioning unit, or maybe there's a pipe somewhere in the building where there's a generator and those fumes are entering the property. That's why you call the owner of the house and he sends a repairman. I do not speak Spanish. I can't communicate with these people. And you're doing everything you can to make sure that you don't call this person. Now I have to start asking the question, why are you doing this? There was the tap that was broken. You called the owner called the repairman. The guys came round, they did it in 15 minutes. Why are you content with fumes coming into the house, especially into my room at night time?
You can smell the smell here, Bobby.
That's the whole point. So it's not in your room, but listen, but it's in my room. And did you smell it in my room? You did, remember?
Yes.
So you're happy, yes?
Yes.
So you're happy with it being in my room, but your room, it's not your problem.
Bobby, why you
That's all I need to know.
You're not good. You're not good.
There's nothing going on
You're
with
not-
the gas. The one
Stand up.
person
Continue
came to the
standing up.
house.
Why are you content with fumes coming into the house, especially into my room at night time? Did you smell it in my room? You did, remember?
Yes.
So you're happy, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bobby,
Yeah.
these people are not paying your rent. They are not paying your food.
Yeah.
Okay?
Ask him why he ran into
mean-
your room. Why did you run into my room?
What are you doing? Off you go. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Victor! What the fuck are you doing in there? Victor!
Do you understand? Everyone sees through you. You're gaslighting. You're really not good at this. Yeah, this guy has already admitted to there being gas being pumped into the property. He admitted it on recording. This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because you're a handler. That's the only way. Does Victor take drugs? No, he doesn't look drugged to me. Well done. That's good. Nobody thinks that you look drugged. Well done. And you're filming me because you're going to use it. I really hope you use it and then do everything that you can with that. You're going to use it and everyone's watched that you filmed me and you're going to use it. And you're going to try and say that I was out of line when you're the one that ran into the room and did crazy things. And that's what's going to come out again.
You need to relax, okay?
Do you hear him? Do you hear him saying now? Do you hear him now saying, I need to relax?
I don't have the ability to do magic, okay?
Yeah. You're gonna go. You're gonna go anyway. Why don't I have autonomy? Because
they should send you money.
Why don't I have autonomy? Is it because of the British Secret Service cornering me with their people?
Obviously, that is the case for you.
Then, and you're the handler bringing me food and making sure that everything.
But basically, you're making everything I do for you lies.
You're a handler. Victor. Oh, here we go. Look at that. In the distance, you got the dog walker and you got the security guy. There we go. There we go. Drop off the keys to me. Okay, I'm back again. He's left all of the doors. He's left all of the doors. He's left the window open, everything. We had a fake dog walker as soon as I arrived out there quickly and I started filming. He turned around quickly and tried to go off. And then we had one of the security, one of the ones that I put into the video. And that was the main one as well, as far as I could see. And then he was already walking up to make sure. Yeah, my ability to not be violent. I'm the most, I go into Jesus mode and I just try, because what it is literally the security were outside. I'll show you the video. That guy was there. He was walking up. Everything was there. He was trying to provoke me. He was trying to provoke me. He was doing everything he possibly could to put me in a situation that I would react violently. Yeah, I'm not allowed to call the police. No, the police are, you guys don't understand. I literally got kidnapped by the police and they did a mock execution on me. Multiple ones. They drove me around and everything. They had the electric gun and they were aiming at me. And then they had the real gun and they were trying to take me to the motorway to finish me off. I had it on my Google Maps at nighttime. They drove me around for almost an hour. No, over an hour. Petula's seen it. The Google Maps. They were gonna kill me off. Fucking hell. It is really scary. So yeah, 100% the police here are really not on our side. They're really, really a different level of compromised. The fact that they did mock execution and for a whole hour, then they drove me to a bad part of town. They parked the car and then got out and then a gang turned up and surrounded the car. So I just said to them, back of the head, make it quick. Because I didn't want to get tortured. I said, just make it quick. Back of the head, make it quick. Yeah. I'm not doing any violence on anyone. I say, if you're going to do it, do the violence on me, make it quick. Back of the head. 2. Bang, bang. Yeah? Yeah, and that's the only reason I'm alive. Yeah. Yeah, nobody knows about the kidnapping apart from Petula. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. And then, look, I've still got the handcuff marks. This was like 2 months ago. I've still got the handcuff marks. Look at that as well. That. Everything. I got handcuff marks 2 months later. 2 months later, some of the people that were following me before, they've seen the pictures of everything. It was fucking wild. Fucking wild. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm okay to be killed. I don't care if they kill me. I don't give two shits. But what I am very concerned about is being tortured. Because these people will torture you and keep you alive, and then torture you more and then keep you alive, and then torture you more, and they will torture you until the end of your natural life. And that is not what I want. That is not what I want. But kill me, yeah. Back of the head, 2 of them. Who gives a shit? Fuck it. Stop gaslighting. I don't know what you're doing. This is insane. Okay. I didn't ask you for any food. Did I ask you for any food? Yeah, but you need food. But did I ask you for any food? Did I specifically tell you not to pay the rent and not to do any food because you're a handler and this is a surveillance house? You don't need to put a facade. For fuck's sake, this is insane. He's literally just bought food. I think all of you guys have seen this. You guys have all seen this. I told him specifically, do not bring food. Do not pay for the thing. I'm fine. This is a surveillance house. And he's bringing food because he's a handler. Victor.
Are you still in there? Victor, what are you doing in there? What are you doing?
Anybody who decides to switch sides and work for the British Secret Service on behalf of them protecting child traffickers, they will also be looking at a attempted murder charge, because the attempted murder happened with me.
Coja aire, no respire.
That's very important thing. Oh, depends. On what? I can't tell you. I understand.
Bobby, don't feel. Bobby, don't feel.
And if you are defending these people, then you are working alongside, and that's called enterprise. So in other words, if you go to a bank and you rob a bank, no, if you go with friends and you drive the car while they rob the bank, and then you all get arrested, even though you're the driver, you still get arrested for driving the car. And you're a bank robber also. You'll get the same charge. And that is the same as with this. If you are defending people who are protecting child traffickers, you will also get those charges and the attempted murder charge on me. And if they do end up murdering me, you will also get a murder charge. So think very carefully about that. And I'm going to do a video just for anybody who decides they want to choose the side of the pedophiles, which is pretty much a bad idea, especially at this point when everybody knows. Maybe in 2020 when nobody knew, but now in 2026, really, really bad idea. Okay, we just found out the judge who was assigned to my little tiny case is actually well known for dealing with high profile cases of child trafficking and stalking. That doesn't make any sense. It has nothing to do with my case. And the DC who was investigating the child cult in Hampstead happens to be the exact same one assigned to my case. How does this make sense? Now, just so that everybody knows, there's a lot of bots that have been interacting with my account and saying a lot of things. So just so you guys know, I have zero interest in unaliving myself. I think we all know this. There's people in Gaza who are living horribly. I live in the Caribbean. It's very, very nice here. I'm very healthy. I'm living a fantastic life. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm not going to unalive myself. I think we all know this, so knock that nonsense off. And also, the only thing I'm more interested in avoiding is walking out of this gated community and getting kidnapped by these people, because they will take me away to a different location and not just torture me for an hour or for a day or for a week. They will keep torturing me and keep asking me for information about what I know about their people, their elites, and the things that I've seen. And they will torture me, not for a year, not for 2 years, not for 10 years. They will torture me until the end of my natural life. And they will keep sending people to me to keep me alive so they can continue torturing me. That's what those people do. So I will not be leaving this address. Everybody knows this address, and not just that they know this address. The court case has this address put down in it. Even if they were to throw me out of this house, I would climb the wall and come back again and keep coming back. I'm not leaving this address. Everybody knows I'm here. On Instagram, it's been put here. All of my supporters know I'm here. I will not be leaving this address under any circumstances. And also, even when I've posted videos, I've tagged Cockatoo
resort, and you guys can go and have a look at the locations. I will not be leaving here. So my so-called friend, Victor Garrido, who keeps saying, go to another apartment, it's more convenient, it's cheaper. Nope, I'm not going anywhere. This address is in the court case for Wood Green Crown Court. Everyone knows this address. They want me to leave this location. It's just like, for example, they give you the advice. If you get kidnapped, never go to a separate location. For example, if you're in a car park, in a parking lot, and somebody holds a gun to you and says, hey, get in the van, never get in the van. Because the moment you get in that van and go to a separate location, now they can do what they wanted to do to you. So that's the same as with this house. Everybody knows I'm here. There is a 0% chance I'm leaving here. I am not going anywhere until I have a very, very, very strong audience of supporters like you guys already that are willing to fight and make sure nothing happens to me. That's number one. And then number two, we open the court case and we fight and fight and fight. Because if I'm a witness and my Mackenzie friend Petula Hippolyte is a witness, we get that protection from the court. Now we're very, very close to that. I will not be leaving until that court case is at least open and I have the support of a very, very, very strong audience of supporters online who are launching their own citizen investigations to find out what really happened. That's the moment then I would consider leaving. Until then, 0% chance I am leaving here. So if you hear that I left this apartment, you guys know the address, 0% chance. And don't forget, the British Secret Service are in on it, and also the Dominican Republic police are also corrupt. They already have a level of corruption, I think we all know this, but super easy to corrupt. If they can corrupt the British police, who earn a lot of money and have good pensions, and they can corrupt the British Secret Service, it's a 100% chance the Dominican police are corrupt. And trust me, you can ask anybody close to me, you will find out that, yes, we all know 100% sure because they did a couple of things already. So I will not be leaving this property, 0% chance. And also, as you know, this is a surveillance house and the people around me have already been compromised. My friend Victor, who I've known for 20 years, who makes a lot of money, worked on Batman Begins, G-Force, Disney Universe, 007, James Bond, Warner Brothers, Disney, MGM. This guy makes a lot of money. We've made a lot of money together. We've worked together for over 20 years. They managed to corrupt him. I'm his best friend. He has no other friends, and they managed to corrupt him. So how easy would it be to corrupt that neighbor over there who doesn't know me, or that neighbor over there, or the neighbor above me, offer them some money, blackmail them, threaten their family. So you can imagine the people around me have been blackmailed to the point where even they have the younger family members who are part of the operation. And that is not me imagining things. We've seen the smoke, we've seen the gas canisters. They are literally trying to torture me and convince me not to go to court because they know they will lose. We have too much evidence against them. The CCTV, Claire Dissington, my lawyer, the pictures of the undercover officers, the locations of their black sites. It's all you have to do is go to the link in my bio on Instagram and it takes you straight to YouTube, or go to @The Bobby Johnson Show on YouTube, or go to @Protect the Whistleblowers on YouTube or Instagram. But especially YouTube, you got the full videos. It explains everything. So I have zero interest in unaliving myself. I live in the Caribbean. I'm nice and healthy. I look great. I'm making money. Everything's going well. There is zero chance that I'm going to unalive myself. And also, we're going to win against these people. So what's going to happen is this. You guys are going to support me. You're going to get behind me. I'm going to put my life on the line and go after them. So not only are we going to do the thing that we're going to close down the child trafficking ring, which we've already paused it and most likely closed it down, we're going to go after their entire organization. And you know what I'm talking about. The British Secret Service, we're taking you motherfuckers down. What we're going to do is expose all of the stuff that you've done and all of the people that you tried to make look crazy, that you locked away in mental hospitals. Many of them are still there now. We're going to rescue them. But first of all, we're going after you guys, because recently, one of the ladies who was attacked by one of your agents with a machete just got compensation. So we can win. And I have the people behind me. If anything happens to me, there's going to be 1,000 more. 1,000 more. We're not going to let this live. We're not going to let this continue. That's the end of this operation. This gang stalking and this psychological operation and this child molesting and this blackmail operation ends now. That's the end. That's the end. I'm not doing anything to myself because I'm coming after you. That's it. No one believes you. If anything happens to me, no one believes you guys. We're coming after you. We're coming after you. That's it. So everyone, make sure you can get yourself to court and sit inside there as witnesses. Make sure you launch your own citizen investigation. I put all the evidence out there for you. I'm going to keep fighting and keep going. I'm not doing anything to myself. I'm coming after you, the British Secret Service, and all of your nonsense, all of your dirty child molesters. We're coming after you. We're exposing all of you, not just the regular workers, not just the operational guys, not just the agents. We're coming after the elites. We're coming after the royalty. I'm coming after all of you, even if it cost me my life. I'm coming after all of you, and I'm not doing anything to myself. I'm coming after you, motherfuckers, you dirty fucking nonsense. That's the end. No more generations of children are going to suffer. We're coming after you. Okay. See you guys on the next video.